Hey, YouTube, how is it going? I hope all is well. Boy, oh boy, it has been a long few days, long week really. So aside from not getting to work on this all last week, as much as I tried to cram this thing together this weekend, we didn't have much luck. So here we are tonight trying to complete what we were hoping to get done as of yesterday. Maybe I just needed some more Red Bull, I don't know. Maybe I underestimated how much wiring there really is. This is one of the more complicated amps that I've done, so there is a lot more little things going on in there, but for now, let's see if this will help speed things up. A couple of you have already jammed on out of here. I see how it is, whatever. I'm not that interesting, but whatever. I'm also going to put some background music on today, too. I think it kind of helps fill out the silence when I'm actually concentrating and doing what I'm supposed to be doing, which is wiring this thing up. So just a quick little recap on what we did yesterday. More or less, we got this whole area here done. So we got pretty much this whole area here done. We are ready to do a couple things, and I'm looking down here at the parts that are tucked underneath here, and there's not a lot left. Sans the pots. The pots I don't really count because those are just kind of kit and parcel or whatever you want to call it, but as far as like the small parts that we need to install, we got literally a red wire to go right there. We got the screen grids, which we've already bent up, so all those got to do is go in there. I'm looking at a fuse holder and that wiring loom that goes here and goes over. So sans that, there's really only what, one, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think 10, 11, 12, like 15 wires to go. So about as much as we did here, but I think it'll go a little bit quicker because we don't have to finagle things quite as much. So, considering how much I've done this and whatnot, I'm not expecting the algorithm to pump this out today. So I'm expecting a pretty low turnout. And the fact that it's pretty early in the afternoon on a Monday probably isn't helping my case either. But we need to get this thing done. I can tell you right now, we are not going to get any noise tonight. We're not going to get any noise tonight, but the hope is that we'll get to a point where we can at least turn this thing on. We'll get to the point where we were supposed to be last night, and at least get to where we can make some noise. Obviously, by the time I get this thing up and running, it'll be too late to actually really try to do anything, but we'll get all prepped up for that. So, if you already don't know, there's probably about 20 videos on this so far. This is a giveaway amp. So all this work that you're seeing done in here is to give it away. So I made the chassis, or I should say I drilled the chassis, etc., etc. Put all the parts in it, designed all this stuff up, and have been building it live for all of you pretty much in real time. So I'm not going to put the pots in quite yet. I kind of just want to connect all the wires. I can see we got a couple people starting to scroll on in. Steven, thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate that. So let me get to my little cheat sheet here so I don't put a wire in the wrong spot. I kind of want to just get the little difficult things out of the way, so we're going to go ahead and get that done. Hey, yes, it does continue. That is a fact. It's the gift that keeps on giving. It'd be nice to have been a little bit further ahead. I'm kind of finding, I think another thing that kind of slowed things down a little bit too is like, here I am stopping doing my work while I explain stuff. You know, when I'm doing the videos in the past where I've just showed you like, you know, like the time lapse or something like that, or where it's just kind of being done, I'm not having this real show already. Let's go. Obviously, I'm not having to stop and explain things. I'm not having to whatever. So obviously that makes it go a little bit quicker too. So I think that was kind of one of those other things too that kind of made this go a little bit longer than it needed to. But we're just gonna cut some wires here and get her done. So yeah, it's long enough right there, methinks. There's a ground wire I need to run. Now I think what I want to do, so let me get my pointer. This is take on a little bit. No worries, man. Thank you for coming in at all. I appreciate it. So I know everybody's got busy lives and stuff like that. I'm not that important, even though it's all about me. Well, build an audience. Yeah, I think maybe it does a little bit. I mean, not a lot of people get to see it actually done kind of in real time. I think a lot of people just take it for granted that these things just show up at their door, or, you know, they go to the store and they just buy it and walk out and stuff like that. You don't really get to see all the actual work that goes into it. Now, I will say this, admittedly, all this is done from scratch. I was talking about playing 4D chess and stuff with this thing, you know. I am trying to conceptualize all how this thing is going to lay out, work, this, that, and all that other fun stuff, more or less in real time. It's not like I've ever built this before. I've never drilled the chassis this way before. I've never made this circuit before. I've never done this layout before. So it's, I'm just figuring it all out as I go along kind of thing. So there are some little gotchas in there, as well planned out as you can be. There's always like a couple little things that throw a kink in the chain. Things like not having the right screws. I did get the right screws though. We picked those up this afternoon. There they are. Yay! So I can actually put the PEM in now. But, yeah. So the ground that comes off of here, I kind of feel I don't want to run two. I don't want to have one that goes down into there, and I don't want to have one that comes into here and goes down to there. I feel like I'm just going to go over the top, so I'll put this in here and just jump over the top and go down. Mainly just because I think it'll look better. But what I'm going to do is have this come out and over. All right, so I'll just make like this little L shape there, and then it'll come down and, you know. And that's probably the better way to do it, in fact, because the cathode of the first stage should literally pretty much go to the ground that you have for the input. So, just saying. This is the most important ground right in here. That is the most important ground in your entirety of the amp. That is the one you do not want to mess up. Just saying. So I'm gonna cut that one to go over. I'm gonna cut one more that's gonna go over and down. I'm just gonna create a couple lengths of it here. We got a couple other grounds here. Let me see, how many grounds do I got? I got 1, 2, 3 grounds technically. So let's just go ahead and cut those, get that out of the way. I don't really want to set that down, to be honest. So it's pretty much going to be the same for all of them. So you'll kind of see I was pretty clever on how this kind of laid out. Pretty much all the pots are going to be within like a, you know, a 1/4 inch of where they need to be in line. Like, so these three turrets right here, if that were the center of the pots and you go straight back, I mean, you can see where the hole is, and at your angle it looks like it's centered, but it's off by about maybe an 1/8 of an inch, just under a 1/4 anyway. So, you know, going with standard dimensions and stuff like that, I mean, I don't think you ask for it to get much closer when you're kind of forced with other things to go along. So we're just gonna get 2 more of these kind of cut up here real quick, because I said I needed 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes, so I got uno mas y todo. All right. And did my music stop? Kind of did, didn't it? It's weird. No, it's still there. All right. I'm gonna leave it going. One of my friends was mentioning the other day that when I start honing in on stuff and there's no noise, it just kind of gets real awkward, like quiet awkward. So, and then everything else is gonna be white. I don't do the whole rainbow color thing. If I'm gonna burn through 50 feet of this, you know, $1 a foot stuff here, I'd rather it all be one color. So I might do red on one of those. Nah, we're gonna just keep it white, keep it simple. So I'm just gonna pick a length. They're all gonna be too long, but that's kind of the point. And I will need 1, 2, 3, quite a few of them actually. I'm just gonna keep cutting until I feel tired of cutting them. I needed to hold on to that actually. So I hope everybody's day's gone well though. My day actually went somewhat decent. Couple challenges here and there, but nothing ridiculous, I guess. The morning started off pretty fun, I guess. Pretty fun. Now some of these need to be a little bit longer because they're going deeper in. I have one that's coming off of like this guy right there. So let's see here. I think I got enough here. So get going. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need one more of this length. Damn, there's always more wires than you think there is. It never ceases to amaze me. You're looking at it going, oh, there's not that much thing. There's only 7 pots, right? Yeah, when you think about it, 7 times 3 is 21. So there's up to 21 different connections that you could probably be doing. And that's on the minimum, probably. So, yay. All right, and then I got 2 of these that are a little bit longer than the others, but only just. So when I say 2 that are a little bit longer, I mean they're the same length for each of them, but they're just going further away. So we'll create 2 of them that are just a little on the long side, and I'll just create both of them at the same time. I just got to remember that those ones are long for a reason. Don't let me forget. Oh, it's time for some more Red Bull. Thank you, I appreciate that. Let's see here. Like this is working. Oh, way cool. All right. Yeah, I want to make sure I do a good job on your amp as well. I apologize if it seems like I'm lagging behind. I was talking about it with a friend of mine also today. The one that I'm monitoring here in OBS has about a 30-second delay from what it does on actual YouTube. And I haven't really messed with the settings yet to try to see if I can find a way to get it lower latency or whatnot, or more real time. It might just be that I need to get a different chat dock or something like that. But I think what it is that by the time I see it and get to answering it, it's been nearly a minute for you guys, so I apologize for that. But that's cool. I haven't met anybody that's actually worked at like one of those establishments yet, and I know that Supro's kind of gone the way of the dummy for some of their stuff. I know that they have a couple hand-wired series still left, but hell yeah, it's freaking cool to meet somebody that does that. So I like to be ultra clean, or at least as clean as one can be for as busy as this is. You probably, I don't recall seeing you too many. I know you've been in here the last few days, but you know that the power transformer over here is at least this big, as big as my hand is. So there's actually a tube shield, not a tube shield, but a transformer shield that goes all the way up to here. So this whole entire section of the amp is all power transformer. It's a big bad boy. And then of course over here in this little quadrant is what the output transformer consumes. So we're left with kind of working in this little space right here. All right, enough bullshit. Let's get to it. I'm just gonna kind of go production line mode here and just kind of prep everything. I think maybe that'll help keep things moving. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if anything can hurt at this point. I can't go fast enough, it seems. We're gonna win. If we make good time tonight, we can at the very least think about at least turning it on. Although I think that's going to come with some gotchas, because I am using a thermistor. It's going to make it challenging to turn the amp on without a load, because the thermistor won't heat up. So for those of you who do not know what a thermistor is, it's that little black disc down there. It's a negative temperature coefficient device, which is to say that the hotter it gets, the more it flows current. So, well, I should say the more it flows electricity, or the more it flows electrons. So if you don't have enough current being pulled, you can't get the device to heat up, and if the device doesn't heat up, then it won't flow electrons, which doesn't do you any good if you're trying to test circuitry. So you'll probably notice that there's a couple little standoffs on either side of that thing. Those were there intentionally. so that way I can short the short that thing out for testing purposes. I was thinking ahead. I was thinking ahead. I do like my techs. So if anybody should ever have to get in here, they'll only be cursing at me a little bit. Some things are buried in there, but everything's somewhat thought out well enough that the things that are going to break are accessible. Although the hope is that it'll be 30 years and I'll be dead before somebody has to get in there and do anything with it. I'm always thinking ahead. Always thinking ahead. So, Mr. Supro man there, I can't Requiem. I'm gonna call you Requiem, but you probably know a little bit about amps, seeing that you had to build them and all, but this thing is using, you can see there we got two of those cap cans kind of in a row there. Those are actually ran in parallel. I don't like cap cans. Cap cans suck, okay? But they're really nice in this instance here when you want to get serious amounts of UF on your power supply. So my reservoir node and my screen node have between them 400 UF. So I got 200 on the reservoir and 200 on my screen node. Super stiff. So that is why we're putting that little booger in there. Because we don't want... When this thing turns on, I'm not using any kind of real soft start technology or anything like that, but when we turn this thing on and those caps have been bled off, it's pretty much going to be a dead short. And that would piss a lot of things off, so always thinking ahead. And then, I'm sorry, I didn't need to knock the mic there. And then I got a 47 UF for the Pi section, a 47 UF for the main, this section here, and then a 22 UF which takes care of just the preamp side of things. So this thing's pretty stiff. Okay. I think I missed, nope, I did not. So these are all stripped now. Hoorah. So I think now I'm just gonna go ahead and continue on with my whole prep fest here. And yesterday I kind of found I was having a little more fun just bending them over and then getting them kind of tinned. It was just a little bit easier. So I'm gonna continue with that. So Riley, what is up? Yeah, I know, I want sound too. Don't we all, Riley? The hope, well, sound is not going to happen tonight, I can tell you that right now, but I obviously was a little optimistic. Very optimistic, I guess, thinking I was going to get this thing prepped over this weekend, but maybe tomorrow we'll get sound. I think by the time I actually get this thing done, it'll be too late in the night for me to make any noise. I do have neighbors and stuff like that, so my kid goes to work at the same time in the morning as I do, which is to say he's up at about 5:30, and he's in the room that's attached to the garage. So gotta kind of mind my P's and Q's there, and I don't like how that one went. So, well, I guess I don't have to mind my P's and Q's. I don't think he'd say anything to me, but I don't need to. I live in a I feel like I live in a big enough house. The wife thinks we need a bigger place. But then I guess what woman doesn't think they need a bigger place? She says it to me all the time. I want a bigger house. Get me a bigger house. What's wrong with the one we got? It's just more money. It's just more money. Just spend more money. There you go. Do. So how's your day, Riley? We want sound and we want it now. I want it all. We want it all. We want it all. We want it now. Alright, that one stinks. Ugh. Every time, right in my freaking mouth. Sorry. One of my shirts fell on the floor, because why wouldn't it? Do. I'm trying to be interesting while I do stuff that's not in camera view, and I know it's not in camera view, but this is honestly just the most easy way to take care of this, so I apologize. I noticed yesterday, every time there was like a view that you needed to see what I was seeing, I stuck my freaking head right in the middle of the freaking shot without fail. And I knew I was doing it. Every time I look over, I was like, wait a minute, is my head in the shot? Ah, maybe it's not. I don't know. And then, of course, you could look back later and go, yeah, it's in the shot, all right. Never fails. What do we got here? No. So this is gonna be a head. It's intended for a cabinet. So it is a giveaway. I don't know if you caught that or not, but it is a giveaway. So you're more than welcome to join if you'd like. The instructions to do so are in the description. As you can imagine, because it is a head, there are some logistical challenges to the winner for owning it, because you kind of need to be able to play it. So we're trying to make it so that way, you know, basically the winner has the means to be able to play it. Because I have spent a butt ton of time, as you already know, building this thing, and boy, it would sure suck for the winner to get this thing and then have to go out and spend $1,000 on a cabinet that they don't already have to play it. It's a double-edged sword. I was talking again with my buddy about it earlier today, and it's one of those double-edged swords. Like, it would be nice to make it available to anyone and everybody at will, but I stand to risk sending it away to somebody that will basically let it sit in their, you know, their living room or their music room and never play it because they don't have the money or the means to go get a cabinet. So basically I just gave them a very expensive and cool furniture piece. So that wouldn't be fair to me. And then I understand, of course, that it's not fair for somebody to be like, well, I want to win and I want to be able to win, so I'm going to go out and spend, you know, whatever amount of dollars on a cabinet so I can win, but then you don't win. So I don't know. It's kind of too late to change the rules on that at this point, to try to suit everybody's wants and desires, but I think it's understandable, at least, why that rule was put in place, given what it is. This thing's not a toy. It's not cheap. So it's kind of meant for somebody that's a little more mature in the, you know, in the guitar genre or market, whatever you want to call it. By that, I only simply mean is that they've already gotten things like a cabinet in their possession. They've already spent that kind of time and money. So the big barrier for me to entry in the market at all is exposure. So this is kind of like a soft attempt at getting that exposure, or making it available to somebody that has no access to it. if that makes any sense. So I think it makes some sense, but you get what I mean? Like, you can't go to the store to check one of these things out. And if you want to buy it, you basically are kind of just, it's a leap of faith, really. It's like, hey man, I like what it sounds like. No. Can you make me one? And then I make you one, and you either like it or you don't. So it's kind of one of those deals. It sucks for some people though, because I know that they, yeah, right. Cab build series. So don't get me wrong, I understand the challenge for some, you know, people that would want to be in the game, if you want to call it a game. It's not really a game, it is a sweepstakes, but we just, how do I make it fair and also be fair to myself? This isn't your typical giveaway. Not pound, not your typical giveaway. I was trying to look at all the different rules and like see like what kind of limitations there would be and all this jazz, and more or less we have to call it a sweepstakes and all that jazz. We can't force you to do anything, more or less. It has to be that the entrant, you know, the way to enter into the game, if you want to call it that, has to be non-discriminate, which we're already being discriminate because we're saying that you have to have a cab, but more or less that's just part of the entry. That sort of deal. And then, you know, you have to, we can't tell you have to be a subscriber, but you kind of have to be subscribed, because in order to win, you need to be present. So the only way you're going to be present to win when we pull your name out of the hat, or pull your name at random, however it works out, well, the only way that's going to happen is if you are here. What's up, Zeppy? How's it going? Sloth! Whoa! You're early, bro. Nice. All right. Let's see here. Where are we at? What are we doing here? Sorry, excuse me. I'm thinking a little bit here. I'm trying to come up with a little plan on how I want to do this. I wanted to get this side of things done first. So let's get on with it. I'm gonna clean the tip. Gotta clean that tip. Yeah. I'm gonna heat it from the back side here. There we go. Come on, baby, melt. Melt for me. She's not melting. I think I might need just a little more heat. There it goes. Aha! She melted. I'm gonna crank just a couple more angry pixies out of that, and then I need this one to be here. That one I'm not gonna do from that side. Come on, baby. A little more thermal mass on this one. Pull it in. Pull it in. Oh, it's gonna make me work. There it goes. Starting to melt. There we go. We got some melty action. And then we got one coming off of this one. I'm gonna go from this side as well. So what you been up to, Riley? I haven't seen you the last couple days. Oh, I've seen you, but I haven't seen any videos come out. I know you made the one for Dale, but I didn't see one from you today. How many you supply it? 110 or 220? So, this little guy right here, it will do 115 and 230, which is basically the same as 110, 220, if you will. So yes, it is world's voltage. It is available to anybody, anywhere. Well, anywhere that I can reasonably get it to, of course. We'll work out those kind of logistics later. I have mentioned it on a couple other things, like I need one to go here. Obviously, I cannot pay to ship it to you, more than likely. I will try to get it to you, but I can't pay the tariffs. I've already looked into being able to do that, and unfortunately I cannot prepay those. And then we got to go to this other one here. So if there are tariffs to be involved and taxes, that is up to the winner, unfortunately, because I cannot prepay that as much as I would like to. They won't even let me. I looked into it, believe you me. And I know that's a bummer. So there are some expectations that go both directions. I don't want it to be that way. I'd love to just fly it to you like I did the last one. So for those of you who frequent this channel, I did a giveaway. Oh gosh, not too long ago. I think I flew to Sweden in November. How's that? So when I say I flew to Sweden, I mean literally the winner of the amp lives in Sweden, and that's where I flew to deliver it to him. So that was in November. So I have an amp in Sweden right now. Now that one, I was not expecting to go there. Hey, Zeppy, thank you. I appreciate that. So I do have a couple subscription levels if you're interested in that. Obviously, while I am doing this build series right here, I'm not doing a whole lot of focus on creating content for those, but I do have some how-to videos in there that go a little bit into deeper detail. And there are 2 levels. So if you want to give more, by all means, do give more. And if you don't, that's okay too. That's why there's 2 different levels. So give it to someone else, it's okay. Riley, so it's Riley 0187. Let's see here. There's that one. This is the one I need to go to. I need to get this out of my way. So yes, it's gonna go here. And do connect you guys, Tone Priest and all you guys. Thank you, Mr. Tone Priest, for coming in. I always enjoy it when you create your videos as well. I try to frequent them as often as I can. Don't be stealing all my secrets, though. I keyed. Right now, my secret isn't coming out because there it is. Alright, and then I only need to do the 2 outside ones on this one. You'll see why later. Oh, no, freaking stupid thing. I hit it again. So this is why I don't like doing the turrets and I freaking bragged. Ooh, I'm bummed. So I try not to get over the top of the turrets with the solder to try to make them look pretty, but as you can see, sometimes odd angles make it hard to get the solder in there without getting it on the top like I did on that one. I don't think it'll be too incidental. So I think that takes care of all those small parts. See if I can see how bad I duffed it on this. Oh no, there's definitely solder on there. Oh well. That's the only reason I don't like doing it like that with these external turrets like that. Normally I would just go straight to the things, but whatever, didn't do it this time. I will be uploading a parody called Cab Build. Okay. Put the candle back. How about that technology, right? Let's see here. My secrets. There are no secrets, really. I just do things a little bit differently. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Alright, so I've got these 2 long ones. Let's just get these long ones out of the way here. I hope I made them long enough. Yeah, they are long enough. So now I got to decide where they're going to go. So that goes on the third pot to the center. And so that's going to go in there like this. So I'm going to see if I can just get these things kind of banged out and in the hole. That actually worked pretty well. And then I get this thing kind of in the back here. Send a little heat down. Just a little more fill in there. I think that actually worked pretty well, if I had to say so myself. There's never really a pretty way to get these things on here, I found. And I'm just waiting for it to cool down. There it goes. Alright, I got one more long one to do, and it comes off of this one here, if I'm not mistaken. And that one shoots out the same direction. Being careful to not melt my cap that's right next to that. That would be ungood. Oh yeah. Let's see how it just plops in there. Alright. Hold that for a second there. And carefully. And then stay. That one filled out really nice. Quite happy with that one. Let's go ahead and get a couple of these grounds done up here. So this one is a ground. Better be anyway. I hope I got that right. Alright, there it is. Alright, let's see if I can get... Ah! Bipped it. And there's that. Sorry. Alright, let's get a little more in there. I got another ground. Oh, goodness gracious. My apologies. Sorry. I got another ground here. And that's going to go to the outside of that pot. So it's going to go here, I believe. Or I want it to go to the inside. It looks like based on where it's going to come out, I'm going to want it on the inside. This one, I definitely needed it there. So I'm going to go this way with this one. Oh yeah, we're going to do that. And that one looks like it got pretty good without me adding anything. We're gonna add a little bit anyway. What do we got here? How the hell do you know this stuff? Just, I don't know. I don't know. Just years and years, I guess. It's the only thing I can think of is just years. It's just time. As with anything, it's just you do it and you learn. Let's see here. So this one is a ground as well. But this one is a ground for my whatchamacallit. So it's gonna go. It's my first volume pot, so it's gonna go off the outside. It's all just time. And then you just research too, like a lot of research. Using a thermistor is one of those things where you're just kind of like, why would I use a thermistor? There's the one I grabbed. And then you go and you use a thermistor. And then you learn some of the caveats that a thermistor has for you. Like I was talking about earlier in the video, where it kind of relies on current current flow, and if there is no current flow, the thermistor don't do what it's supposed to do. Which means you ain't doing nothing you want to do either. And boop. At first, I'll tell you this though, at first it's more about just kind of copycatting. Like, you're just looking at a bunch of other people's circuitry, and you're just kind of like, okay, they did this, they did this, they did this, they did this, they all did this. Why did they do that? And then you just kind of, after you do it a couple times yourself and try other things around it, you kind of just get this idea. It's like, oh, okay, they did it because of this. I'll be honest in saying there's only so many ways that you can, wire up a tube, you know what I mean? So this one, we're gonna come off this side here. Did I even get that one? I did not. Thought I did. I did that one, but I need to get that one as well. All right, let's get another one going then. Ba-ba-dum, boom, boom. Right, so practice, kind of makes perfect, if you will. So you just do it, and then you copy somebody's circuit. Marshall JCM 100, 800 is kind of always a good circuit to copy, right? And next thing you know, you're like, okay, I built it, now I want to modify it. So then you modify it, and then you learn real quick, like, okay, that's why they did this, and that's why they did that, etc., etc. And then after some time, you just kind of come into your own on it. Like, there's this thing that you do that you like, that no one else seems to do, so you continue to do it and you turn it into your own little thing, right? So that's kind of what I've done with like the parallel triode. It's not that it's original, parallel triode, right? It's not original, it's not novel, it's just no one's really doing it right now. So the Blue Voodoo history. Shut the fuck up, Sean, damn it, stop giving out all the secrets. So that's it. That's really the simplest way to put it, is you just kind of just do it. Yes, I used to own a crate Blue Doo-Doo at one point in time. It was epic. It wasn't horrible. So at the time, I was poor. Sorry, get my head in the shot again. I was poor. Speaking about how I get into building amplifiers and stuff like that, I was poor, so I didn't have a hell of a lot of money. So what do you do when you don't have a whole hell of a lot of money? Well, you buy the cheap shit, and you find out why it's cheap. But more or less, it came between a Marshall AVT, which was when they were first coming out, or a crate Blue Doo-Doo. Well, I, honest to God, liked the sound of the crate Blue Doo-Doo more than the Marshall AVT, if you can imagine that. So I was like, okay, well, I guess we're going crate Blue Doo-Doo. I was looking at the Mesas and stuff like that at the time, and it would have been cool, but come on. Because they had the dual rec at the time, but it was like, at the time, it was just as much for the head as it was for the entire rig of the crate Blue Doo-Doo. And I didn't have that kind of money. And the AVT didn't sound that good, so I got a crate Blue Doo-Doo. Crate Blue Doo-Doo. Alright, so this one needs to go that direction. Whoa. Doing it again. I'm trying to keep up with that, your guys' conversation and what I got going on here at the same time. I apologize. I'll come back around here in a second, but I'm trying to keep things rolling here. There it goes. God damn it, knock it off. Okay, what do we got here? Let me take a short little break. Let's see here. R&D, yep. Audio file. Yeah, they're not mutually inclusive. Tarantula scary. Tantalums, you mean? Do you mean tantalums? Guitar calves. You know, Crate was making some really cool stuff back in the day when they used to be, it was SLM or STM or something like that, electronics. Like, they weren't a joke by any sense of the imagination. This is that's the third one, so this is the third one. This one I got a 50-50 shot, so we're gonna go this way with it. They made SLM, I'm pretty sure, or STL, I don't know. No, it was St. Louis Music, so it was SLM. So they used to be an American-made company, and they just, you know, as with any company that was American at the time, they just couldn't keep it going. Couldn't keep it going full swing. So I get it. That's why they all went to China. And then you get Jet City comes around. Jet City, I swear to God, Jet City was just like a test bed for where engineers can go and did I miss one? I did, didn't I? I'm short one wire. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. And then this one I'm gonna go this way as well. There it is. Come on, baby. Haha. Boop. So yeah, at one time, you know, Supro was American, Magnatone, all those guys were kind of American companies. And then now they're not really American companies anymore. I know that Requiem there can kind of tell you a little bit more about what's going on inside the Supro factory. Have they gone American? Or do they have like their cheaper line that goes out of China or something like that? Darn it. Or would you eat Chinese chicken? I'd eat Chinese chicken. I like Chinese food. It's not that Chinese stuff is bad. Oh, here's an interesting factoid. I have a transformer sitting over there on my thing that came out of my first 18 watt build. So my very first guitar amp build is all overseas. I kind of figured most of it was all overseas, but Requiem here used to work for their factory where they did the hand wiring. And I know that they got some stuff that they do here in the States. You know, at least for their hand wired series stuff, but in either case, my first amp was a Mabel Audio kit, and I'm not gonna lie, it's a pretty freaking bitchin' little kit. Came with everything it was supposed to have, and you know, me thinking that it can't be as good as an American-made transformer, you know, the ones that came with it. I decided I was going to be a peckerhead and order a classic tone, and that was when classic tone was still around. And interestingly enough, the classic tone didn't sound any better. Didn't sound worse, but it didn't sound any better, which is to say that the transformer that was in there sounded just dandy. But I have it sitting around waiting for some other project that we'll maybe do someday. Alright, let's get this one kind of sucked up here. There we go. Oh yeah. Okay, I got just a couple more of those to go. This one needs to go basically straight down, so I think I'm gonna go this direction with it. This is gonna be fun. Let's see here. Cabinets. Have a Pioneer Mini. Okay, yeah, Pioneer. Pioneer was one of those companies that freaking went under. Kind of similar backstory. It's just like for whatever reason, some of these companies, man, they just couldn't get through the test of time, I guess. There it went. It's a sham. It's a sham. When I say sham, I mean shame. And did that go? That sounded really good, actually. Oh yeah, we're gonna keep that. Methinks. Nah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do what we're supposed to do. Tooch it up. That's fine too. I don't mind that it went down like that. Alright. We got one more to go here. And I'm gonna go off the outside edge as well. Except for, I just don't know how I'm gonna get in there. I want to clean that. Super Factory and check out what I live close. Okay. Hell yeah. Let's see here. I want you to get in there and melt. Alright, let's see if I can get this thing to play here for me. There it is. Just gonna add a little bit more now that I can get to it from this angle of the dangle. It's a little bit of a blob, but could be worse. I've seen much, much worse. I have seen worse. Okay. Let's do a little bit of cleanup, turn that down. Everything at this point is going to be much, much cooler. Much, much cooler. Alright. Just trying to get any flux off the wire there. And, okay. Now we will go back over all of these joints here and tighten those back up. Obviously, it sucks to solder in when you do that. I told you before that we were gonna have to go back through. But what do we got here? Lyndon Laney passed away. Oh shoot, he just recently did a thing too with Tony, didn't he? Iommi. I know that they did something. That's a shame. I did not hear about that. Riley, you would be up on all that news. Yeah. I was built amps and electronics. So I've been into electronics for a long time. It started kind of when I was a kid, more or less, but when I first got out of high school, I was actually let's see here, I got 2 more grounds that I gotta do. So I gotta decide how I want to do that. So this one is going to go like that. So this is the one that's going to go there. This one I don't think I was supposed to do that with. It's okay. It's okay. Sorry, squirreled for a second there. When I got out of high school, I was a diesel tech. So I fixed diesel trucks and stuff like that. Then I got into actually driving big rigs for a while. And then while I was doing big rigs, I started doing audio for bands and stuff like that. And that turned into a full-time career shortly thereafter. So I did that for 25 years. I was an audio engineer. So I did sound for bands and names you've heard of, etc., etc. I did a lot of corporate work. That's where the money's at, is in the corporate world. But that's what I did. Okay, hold tight there. Thank you. So we're gonna cut this off here because I did not need this one, I don't think. And then COVID came along, and as you know, COVID was not nice to us, especially those of us in that industry. So then I, as they say, professionals don't panic, they pivot. So I decided, like, okay, I can either try to hang out and continue to be an audio engineer for a while and make more money when it comes back into the main light, the main thing, or I can just try another path that's not going to be so locked down to that. And I was like, I'm getting to that age now where I was like, I don't really want to worry about that kind of crap anymore. So I said, you know what, I'm going to change up careers a little bit. And I did. So now I'm an IT technician during the day. Right after high school, yeah. COVID fucked it up for everybody. Now for me, I was pretty high up there. Like, I was like a first call for a lot of different companies and stuff like that. And I was pretty busy. I mean, I was into the six figures. So it was a pretty nice career. I had a stay-at-home wife. I was gone 3 weeks out of the month, yada, yada, yada. But the wife didn't like that. It's definitely not a married man's kind of lifestyle. So it was just one of those things where when you go from making a six-figure income to a zero-figure income overnight, you're just kind of like, man, that freaking sucks. So you just try to figure out how to like work around that, and whatever, it is what it is. If it were easy, everybody would be doing it, as they say. So I'm going to start prepping this now because I need to get this kind of installed before we move on. And that is a 1 meg. That is our grid leak. It's a 1 meg. And I like building it on these things. So I use this guy here and I place it in this position here. And then the way I do it is I bend that leg and I push it up at an angle. I'll show you a little bit more what I mean as I do it, but it'll make sense, of course, momentarily here. You got to make sure you do it the right way, though. Don't do what Andy does and get the jacks on the wrong side. It happens to the best of us. It took me a few times to figure it out myself. I'm just saying, it's a bitch and a half to remember sometimes. So the way I do it is I always put my jacks with the feet pointing in. I don't do them pointing up. I don't do them pointing down. I do it pointing out to the edge. And of course, I'm always looking at the amp this way. So it just makes it really easy for me to remember what I got to do. So I do it like that. And then this guy goes back in. And then that makes it so that this guy here on the top is now the one that, hey, what's going on, Sloth? We got 2 sloths in the house, everybody. So yeah, that's all. So then you take this guy and bend it straight up. And yeah, that thing's pointing out. And then, did I get that pointing straight up? Yes, kind of. And then I'm gonna cut that just a little bit. Now, in this one, we kind of get to do some pretty cool stuff. Excuse me. What I mean by that is, did I bork it here for myself? Come on, there it is. What I mean by that is that, so you do something kind of like that, that's all, right? And then you try to straighten it up as best you can. So that's what I'll do, but I kind of already borked it. I'm not happy, I'm already not happy. I've made some bad decisions. Some poor decisions. All right. Let's get this thing out of there a little bit is what I need to do. I need to give it some more air. Golly, struggling with this one today. It's kind of better. There it is. It's more like it. And then I try to just make it as straight as I can. I like making that. I like nice straight lines. You know what I mean, Gene? So I'll just do whatever I can to make it look nice and straight. And then we'll take this one and we'll nip it kind of just out the top there. Just a little bit crowd, like maybe right there. And then we'll do this kind of a similar thing, and we will just nip it over so it folds, tacos in on the top, is more or less. I'm trying to think. There it is. And I'm gonna nip just a little bit of this extra stuff off on the inside here. And then there it is. So, and then I did it backwards. Because I'm an asshole. Alright, well, it's all pre-done now. So I was supposed to do it on the other side, see? Darn it. I said don't do that, and I did that. It's supposed to go the other direction. It's supposed to go this way. It's non-incidental. We didn't do anything bad yet. And man, oh man, I'm struggle busting it today. Come on. That's my major malfunction. There it is. Ha. Golly. Sorry. And I want that to eke over, please. Sorry, I know you can't see what I'm doing here, but I'm just fighting with stupid stuff right now. There it is, more or less. There it is on that edge. And we'll pull this back a little bit to straighten it out. There it is. So something similar to that, but then we'll get it so it rests on the bottom. Right? You get what I mean. You understand. But I try to start with this lower one here first. So let's do that. Now you do want to try to lower the heat a little bit, because now we got some plastic here that we don't want to mess with. We don't want to ruin the plastique. Sorry, that was a little bit struggle bussy there, but kind of you get it now. I want this thing to sit out. This is where kind of having helping hands would sometimes help. I don't have that luxury right now, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get it sort of tacked in. You mother trucker, man. There it is. All right. Ha. Sort of. How much more difficult can I make this for myself? There it is. There, once you get it kind of tacked, you're on home stretch. It makes it much easier to deal with after that. And then I just try to make it look all nice and straight and stuff. And then what I'll do is I'll go back and get each of like the kind of 3 corners done up. And then give it the gusto. Now you do want to make sure you leave some space for the other leads that might be going in there. So just be mindful of that at the very least. There we go. That one's on there nice and tight-like. Now we're gonna get this back one there. Being extra dangerous here as I try to weld on my freaking tool. There it is. And get a little bit more in there. Make sure it's nice and solder gloved. Yeah. See? There it is. So then the lead that goes to the thing will go there. And then this guy goes there. Give this a little bit of a tighten up. And then just a little glob there. Hold tight. Pile of junk. There it is. And it's actually got a pretty good bite, but I want to get some more on the inside there as well. I don't want to get too much in there because I still got to get at least one more wire in. That's good. All right, sorry. Do I have a mic locker? Yes, I do. I've got a plethora of mics. Interestingly enough, I spend a lot of money on my drummers. Most of my mic money is spent on drum mics, and I'm not a drummer. But I take good care of my musicians on the stage. So I own a pretty sizable PA system, and most all of the money in that system is in the monitoring and of course just the microphone kit for everything in general. But like I use all condensers for all the vocal mics. So I'm not that SM58 kind of fanboy guy that, you know, some people talk about or whatever. I'm not that guy. I kind of feel like this is going to need to be longer, but I want to find out. No, we're going to be all right. And then, yeah, I mean, my mic kit for the drums is probably, well, it's easily more expensive than most drummers that come in with their whole kit. I would dare say that my overheads that I use are probably more expensive than most people's drum kits. I'm that kind of guy. And you just kind of get to that point as you do it for a while. You're just like, I'm sick of being like working so hard to get somewhere with XYZ. So then you just go for gusto, and you're just like, I'm gonna spend a frick ton of money on making this not be a problem for me anymore. There it is. That's what I want to do. All right. And then we're going to take this and put that in there like that. There's that. Yes, that looks great. Looks ugly on the top, but it's great. Go. I can dig it, I think. Just making sure that's not going to go anywhere. And I'm going to do this. Just making sure everything's going to be very well. This is one of the more important solder joints in the whole of the amp. So this one we want to be sure never, ever, ever comes out. And then I'm just going to fall down right over the top. So this will just kind of loop down over the top of the thing. All right. Thank you, sir. Original Fishing Town. Oh, okay. Bring your accent voice and you're good to go. It's expensive, I'll tell you that. Like, I mean, it's not great by any means, but it's also far from being a cheap rig. I have a JBL SRX set up for the front of house. My front of house is all the new modern, like 800 series stuff, but, and then all my monitors are the RCF NX series stuff, so the NX12 SMAs. This is all the coaxial 12-inch monitors that they made. They don't make it anymore, but so yeah, I mean, each of my monitors almost cost twice what each of the my mains do. And I own 8 of the monitors. I only own a pair of the mains. And then I use a Midas M32 for my mixer. I'm a little spoiled. You know, in my heyday, you know, playing with a CL5, the Digicos, and you know, all the other Avid mixers and whatnot like that. It was, you know, I cut my teeth on analog, but I think my first mixer, my first real mixer that I bought was like an Allen and Heath GL 2400, and then I graduated to a Yamaha LS9, and then when I first started doing larger shows, it was like an M7. So I got to do some pretty cool stuff over the years, and of course you start playing with the Digicos and the Avid boards and stuff like that. But the Midas is really hard to beat. I got to play on a couple Midas Pro boards, but I don't know. I'm not a huge Midas fan in that regard. They're not the same as they used to be, especially since Behringer now owns them, but whatever. I am out of drink right now. Pioneer 6x9. There you go. Alright, so I've kind of hit a lull right now. I know that because I'm yapping too much. But I am going to replace this with Dr. Pepper. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. I won't be gone long. I promise. I'll take you through the house with me, actually. You might not be able to hear me. Okay. Excuse me. All right. My Tylenol's starting to kick in. I'm feeling a little bit better. Let's see here. I'm actually gonna recall this here, and cool. All right. I kind of knew this was gonna be low viewership today, but there's actually 12 of you, it looks like, in here right now. That's pretty cool. I was not expecting that. So let's go ahead and get these connections down there done, because I'm kind of dreading those, to be honest. Because one of them's literally just got to go straight down. So it's going to be a freaking blast to get that one in there. Because it's literally going to go like that. So let's see here. How am I going to get you? You got to go right... I'm gonna get you right to there, I think. Then I gotta do this. That's the other part I'm not really keen about. There we go. Works so much better when you have something like solid to work against it. Okay, let's... So that is going into my cathode, which is the one that is straight down. I think I want to give this thing like a little kick like this. And then I need it to go over. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. That's nice. I will accept those terms. Okay. Let's solder that up. I want to get that down at a better angle for me. Okay, now what I want to do is make sure I get this other side all nice and tightened up here. I think I did. How much do I have any problems with that side? Negative. We are good on that, so I can get rid of any of the excess that's down there I don't need. And we're gonna go right click there. So this side looks good. The anode is this one here, and it's gonna go to that one. implement there. So that one, we're gonna just kind of arc it on in. Try to make it look like a nice little loop. Kind of zip it on in there type of thing. I think like, that looks pretty natural right there almost. Let's see here, implement, need 2L. I'm going to cut it right there. And then let's go ahead and do this. There it is. And I need to clean that tip. Alright, let's see here. That hole is nice and opened up. I think we can just kind of swoop this one around into it. At this point, anyway. I know you're blocking your guys' view of a lot of this here. I'm quite aware of that. My apologies. Now what I'm going to do is kind of eke that thing around here. There it is. No better. No better. Okay. You get over here. All right. Hold tight for a second there. Get a little bit more on there. So what I want to do is make sure that I get it on both sides, and I also want to make sure I get the inner one, the one that's going down on the bottom, kind of included with the new solder glob. Alright, I totally missed it, but whatever. Okay, that's out of there. Now I want to make sure I get the other side nice and solidified. Don't want any there it goes. Scoozy. Okay. That's pretty good, I think. Alright, so now I'm gonna wait to put this in until pretty much dead last. Which is kind of sucky because that means this guy here is pretty much not gonna do anything for a little bit. Let's do we put the front plate in now or do we wait? That is a good question, huh? I'm gonna turn that off for a moment. I guess let's go ahead and put the front faceplate in. I'm actually gonna change the view on this a little bit. I'm not used to looking at it this way. Let's get these guys off. Damn, on there. Hell yeah. That's a good thing. And then these ones, I don't actually have to take off. But this I do. Okay. So I'm hoping this aquamarine color is gonna work. We're going with baby blue Tolex because nobody's argued with me yet. So that's what we're going with. I don't know why. There's part of me that doesn't want to put the front faceplate on yet, but I kind of need to. So we're just going to do it. Oh, that's why I didn't want to do it. So it doesn't really matter. I don't need it. What it is, see, is I usually use some sticky tape, and I think I have enough to stick it on here and not have to worry about it. I got enough to do the strip that I need right here. So I use like this super glue tape, but I only have probably just enough to do this strip right here. It's not that I need it because of the way I do the thing. Like, it's pretty non-incidental, to be honest, but I like doing it because it makes it more permanent. And come on now. Can't get my fat freaking fingers in there any better. I only want to peel off what we need to peel off too. Come on. There it is. Because I kind of want to tuck this back over the top at some point too of the faceplate, because we just want to maintain the integrity of the faceplate at all costs. Want it to look pretty like, you know? Okay. What do we got? Cut the strips in squares and let the washers hold. Well, so that's what I got, but so if you can probably tell by looking at it now. So the thing that I do is I offset these up a little bit because I'm actually going to have a fascia piece that goes all the way around, right? So it goes down at each side. So I don't really need anything here, because the rest of the washers are going to hold the top on, but I just like having like this little section down here where there's more beef. Just kind of, it just, I feel like it's a better way to go, which means I kind of am going to have to put this thing in right now to hold it in place. And I only need one washer for that. So where is that stuff? So this is that stuff I was talking about. Let's see how much I have here. And let's pull some out. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I got just enough, I think, to pull this off. I want that to hang right about there. Oh, get let go. This stuff is sticky. They call it super glue tape, and they ain't kidding. All right, and then that's gonna go. Kind of want it right there. Yep, that's where it's going now. Wherever you put it, that's where it's going. But you don't want it too close, because then it'll, you know, it's got some thickness to it. So, but I don't want it all the way at the very bottom. You can't see what I'm talking about, but you know what I mean. Where I put it like right in this segment right here, but it's not all the way to the lip. But you don't want it too close to these either, because then when you crush the washers down, you end up with, like, you know what I mean, like the oddity of it. Then what we do is we squeeze it out. We don't want any air guppies. And then what I do, because this stuff is quite permanent, is I work it from what would be the top edge. And I pull up a little strip kind of like this. And I do the same over here. Let's see here. And it'll make sense in a minute, because I don't want the thing to get stuck wherever the hell I put it. At the moment, I just kind of want to get this thing held in place until I can, you know, get it actually where I want it. Aw, you would, you dirty little... Fuck that. We're gonna use this other one. And if you wouldn't mind, thank you. Alright. Alright, come on. There it is. So again, just trying to think ahead as we do this. So we don't end up borking something here. And then what I'll try to do is get as many parts in as I can. And then I'll work on squishing it in place. So you can kind of see, like, that's a little tight. There it is. And come on, baby. There's that. Now let's get some pots in. So we got to make sure we put these in the right order and everything. And now everything's going to be, of course, backwards to me. So I'm going to have to read my thing and make sure I put them in the right order. All right, let me get my, whatchamacallit called up here, my other cheat sheet. So I know my first pot, which is this one here, I believe is going to be a 100K linear. I'm almost positive. Actually, let me confirm that. I'm going to look at one of my other amps. Oh, of course it's buried in such a way. Can't see it anyway. Forgot about that. It's 100K. I know it's 100K. I don't make all the notes up front. Mainly because I don't know exactly what I'm going to do yet. So it seems like I know what I'm doing, but I actually don't have a pretty damn good idea of what I'm going to do. But I don't really honestly know. Okay, so I know that the volume 2 is this one. So this is my... Now this one can change. Now you know why I had to put this turret board where I did. I wanted to be able to get that pot in and out. There's that. Okay, and then that presence pot, I believe, is 100K. I know I got an audio 1 meg going here, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Come on, out of my way there. What do we got here? The age-old question. Power switch first or the pilot? Yeah, right? Let's see here. There's that. I know that I need an audio 250 for my master volume. There's that. That freaking lined right up, didn't it? Come on. Click. And I do put the holes for the tabs. So the little tab that's sticking out right there, that guy. I do put the holes in there for that. That's why I like this 2mm thick stuff. This is another B100. So I've got another 2 linear 100Ks. And a B250K. So the B250 I know is going to be for the highs, which means the B100 will be for the mids, and the other B100 must be for our presence control. Okay, there's that. So this is our mids. There's a lot of B100s. Come on, baby. So, presence. Come on. Line the fricker. And do we want to line up? Yes. Okay, there's that one. And then uno mas y todo. That'll take care of all the pots. Now you'll notice I didn't run any wires to the mid side of things yet. It's because I have no idea exactly how that's gonna get implemented yet. That guy is, all the tone controls, at least these two right here, are gonna be done on pot. So that's gonna make it a little interesting in that regard. All right, so now what I will do is hopefully be able to eke this thing out like this without tearing it, and it will kind of self-glue itself in. And I'm giving it the freaking funny face too, because bada bing, bada boom, right? And then you just kind of touch it in. Now I can take all these out and the faceplate will stay put. Ta-da! What kind of asshole am I? Always stinking ahead. Always stinking ahead. Alright. There it is. So technically speaking, this faceplate is now permanent. If you want to say permanent, but you know what I mean. So now we can turn it around and not worry about it. I will just give these a little eking. A little let's see here. I don't think this is the size I need though. Almost positive that's not the size I need. It is not! I knew it was not! I don't even know why I questioned myself. Can't remember what size it actually is. I don't think it's 1/2 inch. Can't remember. Cannot remember. It is 1/2 inch. What do you know? And I want this guy. Boop. Gravity. Okay. So I'm not gonna go crazy. I'm just gonna kind of give them a soft like torquing down because I really don't know how permanent these things are gonna be at the moment. Click. And that actually is looking pretty good. I got a pretty good distance on this. I'll try to get this so that the thing is sideways. Remember I was talking about the fascia nut? I gotta go like not quite a quarter of a turn. So I think I can get it before it'll get pissed off at me. I'm gonna leave that one in there. Put that away. That's gonna go here. I'll go back later and tighten that up as well. I don't even know if it's the right way. It actually is the right way. Do I just freaking get it over with then? I think I just kind of do. Hold on. Let's try something here. So I got some new tools. I can't remember exactly which one it is. I'm pretty sure that's an American sized thing in there. I thought I already got it out because that was like one of the first things I checked. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this guy here. So I got these really thin, like flat ones because I'm pretty sure this is it though. And I think it's the 13/16 or whatever. That's the one. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put some tape. That was French for tape. Like that. And then what I'll do, let go. Snap, you couldn't see how cool that was. How cool is it when you just, I don't know, this Milwaukee thing is pretty nice, but you just like, you know, you just kind of zip it out there. It does pretty good, right? Ha! That's how cool I am. I'm just teasing, but teasing, not teasing. And then all I'm gonna do is something like this. Come on, baby. Haha! Nice! I wish I could say that was that cool. I'm not that freaking cool, but. And if you wouldn't mind, coot, baby, coot. Alright, get in there. But I like it because you can just literally push the button and it tends to just fall. This little Milwaukee thing's a nice little tool. Cool tool! Alright, so now what I want to do is make sure that this thing stays nice and straight like. And I'm going to push those on now, because I know that they're going to go there. And we don't got to go crazy, but a couple ooga-doogas. We'll leave it right there for now. I think that's all the ooga-doogas I need to give it. Then I'll put my 2 L's away for now. I'm pretty sure this goes like that, and like that, and like that. Yay! I went through like this tool buying phase for a minute. Like I was just sick and tired of always needing to find. You always don't have the freaking tool that you need, right? So then you just like, okay, what's gonna make my life easier? And so then you go out and you find like the castle nut thing, right, with the teeth on it, so you can get the fascia pieces, like all those little things. I got all that crap finally. All right. God damn, it's starting to look like an amp now. Mm-hmm. That's starting to look like an amplifier, everybody. All right. Okay. And I kind of need that to be a little bit tighter now that I'm thinking about it. I think I left that one out. I know it's not this size. That will work though. I just need it to be a little tight. Not super tight, just a little tight. Alright. So all these guys, that one goes there. But all these guys gotta go into this dual pot here. It's kinda cool. This one here goes there. This one goes like that. That one goes to that. Those two go to there. See how they all kind of just like shoot pretty much right where they need to go? That's doing amps in 4D. That's playing 4D chess right there. To get everything to work in a row like that and be pretty smitten like a kitten in that regard, that takes some work, let me tell you. All right, enough of that bullshit. I am just looking. I'm coming up with a game plan here. So, let's see here. I gotta find a place to start. I gotta come up with a plan on how, like, crazy I want to go with, and short too. Like that distance right there is about the width of my knuckle, so a little over an inch. Okay, it's an inch and a half if I'm not mistaken. From the edge of the faceplate to the thing. Yeah, inch and a half from the edge of that to this. So by the time you got a pot in there, yeah, it's right close to an inch in length for most of these. Ooh. Talk about short, baby. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the iron back. Do we get these things fit first? I think we'll get them fit first. Let's hold off on that for a minute now. This is not gonna be, oh man, that one lined up almost perfect. Okay. So this is the hard part because you can't really push it where you need to, so you're kind of just guessing like where everything's gonna land. And if you cut it too short, you're kind of boned. And then you also got to make sure there's like no kinks in your wire, because that'll change the length too when you go to friggin' run it up in there. So there's all kinds of fun little things. And I have a tendency to go too short when I do it. Every freaking time. I don't know why, but it's just how it is. Tend to, not always. Any speaker terminals, terminals. Those are these guys right here. So these are speaker outs right here. This is the impedance selector. Center that just a little bit. So this is the impedance selector here. Those are the speaker outs. This is the bias adjust. This is the port so you can measure the HT while the amp is on. That's a danger port. Don't put your fingers in there. Voltage selector. This will be the fuse holder right there. Obviously we got to put the AC thing in. Pilot light, of course, power switch, you kind of know all that shit, but yeah, let's keep on keeping on. So we're gonna just do it. I'm just gonna kind of do it, I guess. Just gonna try to make everything land all nice and pretty like. This is going to go right there. It'll get shortened, of course, but that's where that's going to go. We're not going to worry about these guys yet. Those two are my high and my, 4 to 16, 4, 8, 16. It's a three-way selector switch. Oh my goodness, excuse me. I'm not going to worry about these yet. They're probably going to tie into this guy or that guy at some point in time. It's gonna be messy. I may end up even having to just jump it straight over to here. We'll see. I don't know. There's all kinds of different ways I could do it, but there's all kinds of different ways I could do it. So we're just I'm gonna go shooting like right in there. I'm gonna leave that out. Okay, this is my first gain pot. You know what? I want to hear a different song for a minute. I know this one's cool and all, but I want to hear a different one. More epic. No speak on. No, so there, I wanted to do speak on, and I would love to do speak on. And actually, funny story, not funny story, but true story. All of my amps, if you're an audio guy, you know what this is. That's a true one. My amps, my personal amps, I put true one power connectors on there. And I know Requiem there is smiling because he knows exactly what that is, or should know exactly what that is. Okay, so that's my return, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, let me get over to my thing here. Yes, that is my return, so that's going to the middle there. Damn, that is so freaking sweet. Okay, and then this one is the thing goes in. And I know, let me double check here. It goes in and then out, I think. Damn. I gotta redo this one. This one's an ugly duckling inside, but it's epic. What's that? A power amp? No, that one is a power. Well, it's a guitar amplifier, but this is a yeah, power amp, I guess, if you will. I know it goes in here. Go right there. And then I'm not going to deal with that one yet. Okay, so these ones are going to be less than fun because they are very short. And I got to make sure I put them in the right order. So that one is number 1. That one is number 2. So this one is going to the back one here. Damn it. A little kink in this one I don't like. Yeah, it's doing pretty good right there, to be honest. I'm gonna go right there. I know you can't see what I'm looking at, but you just have to trust me. It's freaking awesome. I'm gonna go a little longer. Go right there. And then I got 2 that come back in. So this is the one that goes in on the front. And this is my return for this one. So this one's literally just jumping like, I should have done it on the other side, but it's okay. It's okay. This one's going literally right freaking there. I'm gonna go a little bit longer just in case. That one goes right there. That one goes right there. This one is the one that goes right there. Like literally just boop. There. And then this one, I have an option. I can either go around and up and in, or I can just go over the top. I don't know which way I want to go with that one yet. So this one here, I know you can't see because I have my hand in there the whole way. This guy here goes to this lug right there. So this wire here goes to that lug there. So I can either come out and around and in like this, which I think is what I should probably do. Which means I probably should flip that around so it shoots out the other side. You know, that is not undoable. We're doing a thing. We're doing a thing. I hope it can handle a 300 watt 10-inch sub. Well, so this is a guitar amplifier though. Not a car amplifier, a guitar amplifier. So this one, it's going to be about a 50 watt it'll do a little better than 50 watts, but it's about a 50 watt design. I'm shooting for a minimum of 50. It'll probably put out at least 60, I think. But it's meant for a guitar. Will it push a 300 watt subwoofer? Sure. But it's not what it's meant for, though. It's not a bass guitar amp either. It's a guitar amp. All right, so let's get this thing heated up. There we are. Oh, don't you stick to that. And then we're gonna go back in the other side. Hey, what's up, dude? The dude. I want to open that up just a skosh. We're gonna melt this in again. Hey, hey, hey. Damn it. It's gonna make me work, isn't it? No. There you go. There it is. Scheiße. Scraping off the flux there is what I'm doing. Or at least attempting to. Okay. So now that'll shoot out the little slot there a little bit easier. And then I think what I'll do is I'll run it in through that direction, because I think that would be a little more appropriate. So now what we'll do is get this to be just a little on the long side. We'll go right there. Yay! Okay, so now what we got to do is strip all those off, and then we're going to tin them, and then we're going to put them in the thing. Fun stuff. Yeah, no, 50 watts is still crazy freaking loud. What a lot of people don't understand about watts is that, so it's more about the speaker than anything. So we're going to take a little break. We're just going to do a little break. So a speaker comes with a sensitivity rating, right? You can read it as it's X watt or X dB at 1 watt, 1 meter, right? So it'll produce 100 dB with 1 watt of power at 1 meter distance. And that's just the standard of measurement. So that means if you put 1 watt of power into that speaker, it will measure 100 dB at 3.28 feet or 1 meter, which is roughly 3 feet, right? So if you put 2 watts in, you will get, that's double the power, right? So 2 watts is twice of 1. So that means you will gain plus 3 dB. In order to gain another 3 dB, you have to double the power yet again. So now you have to have 4 watts to get yet another 3 dB. So to get plus 6 dB, or to have 106 dB, you would need 4 watts of power. Well, now you need 8 watts of power to get to the next 3 dB, right? So 6, 7, 8, 9. So to 109 dB, you need 8 watts. Then you need 16, then you need 32, then you need 64, etc. to get that next 3, another 6, and another 12 dB on top of that. Of course, by then you've basically gone up, what, 20 dB or something like that in volume. But then you start coming to that point of diminishing returns as it, pertains to guitar amplifiers anyway. 50 watts will get you X number of dB. Well, that requires you then to go to 100 watts to get the next 3 dB of more power or headroom or whatever you want to call it. Which then means to get yet another 3 dB beyond that, you need now a 200 watt amplifier. So you can see how it starts to climb exponentially really freaking quick. So it's not necessarily about the power. You get more mileage out of having a speaker that is more sensitive, or basically converts the wattage into output better or easier or whatever you want to call it. So in either case, that was the segue of the day, if you want to call it that. And I'm just going to kind of pick a spot and we're just going to go doop. And we're going to do that to all of them. Ah, zooks. Popped off on its own. Dirty little. This one's really short. Darn it. That missed. Totally freaking missed. Shooting to put it in the little bin that I got there. I want just a little bit deeper of that. And if you wouldn't mind, you little turd, lining up, would you? Are my eyes going? No, I just angle of the dangle here. Burp. Scoozy. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to the thing right now. I apologize, but just kind of, God darn it, we're just all gonna do that today. I should have went in order. Should have went in order. And this one. Give it to me. Yeah, I was afraid of. Line up. Thank you. Alright, I think that's all of them. It is. Now I gotta make them all not frayed. Because I frayed a couple of them, because, you know, why wouldn't I? I have to go one by one on these and do it. Because I keep bumping them. There we are. Alright, let's get the heater going. Biffed it, biffed it. There we are. I'm holding off on that one because that one technically goes in there. I kind of biffed it a little bit. I need to get this one to go in there too. So I've already covered the hole up, so. Hey. Yeah, having glasses definitely helps see what the hell's going on, doesn't it? It's kind of like, I see that he did a thing. I don't know what that thing was, but he did a thing. Alright. Jesus. Alright. We're getting really close, you guys. We're 2 hours into this now? And we're pretty close. I mean, there's a couple little touch-ups here and there. We still got to get the HT rail done up. Then I go and I splatter solder all over my thing. And I'm going to up the heat just a little bit more. Damn. It's going to make me work. I apologize, my head's getting in the way. It is not. Okay, good. Ooh. Gonna do that now. Okay, good. Come on, suck up my solder. There you are. Eat my solder, bitch. Oh, sorry. Am I talking out loud again? Is that thinking out loud again? Eat my solder. Ugh. Out of the way, please. Thank you. I want you. Get me. There you are. Trying to do these vertically probably isn't ideal. Trying to get heat to flow up and down a freaking wire. It only works because it's so small. And then get all of you. Looks like I got all of you. Yes. All right. What is it? Nice. Okay, now we get to put them in the thing. I don't know if it'd be easier to try it with this or not. There it is. I'm gonna try to get these things to align a little bit before I solder them in. It might just be easier to do it by hand. Yeah, it kind of seems that way. Okay. And if you wouldn't mind, thank you. And straight. So you can kind of see the goal isn't necessarily to make them like stupid freaking tight or anything like that. We just want them to kind of lackadaisically fall into their little home, if you will. We got some more work to do in this zone right there because we definitely have things going on there. When I say things, I mean like I've got to join the two together. So this pot, both of the master volumes kind of comes down to that same one spot there. And then we got that to get straight. We got fuzz on there. I'll have to go through and clean some of that off. Imagine that. Get in your home. There you go. This one's probably not going to look as pretty. I'm going to try to get this to bend a little bit. Hey, get there, friggin' fragger. There it is. And this one will be easier to make it pretty, I think. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, please. Boop. There you are. Now this one is going to be less than fun because I got to go over and around and up and in. Oh, never mind. It went pretty well, actually. I lied. It went really easily. There we go. Come on now. And, oh, I freaking furked herp. Spoke too soon. I kind of want that to have a little more length on it, to be honest, but I know you guys can't see through my fat freaking hands and whatnot, but just trust me. Just trust me. Now, before I do any major soldering, I also want to make sure that I'm not crazy and didn't mess this up. So, I already know for a fact this one is correct. This one's a gimme. That one's a gimme as well. This one's a return. Like so. I want you to kind of just kick out that way just a little bit. Yeah, I'm trying to get it to go like straight. Same with this one, if we can. Whatever, we'll work that out in a minute. And then this one goes in here. All right, and then we're gonna have it go, I think, like that to some degree. We'll have to work that out as well. Okay, so what we got, this is signal out. All right, this is our anode here. So this is coming to our grid, or excuse me, our anode. This is our plate resistor. This is our coupling cap. It goes into our base control. This will be our base control. We got a couple things on the base control we got to do yet, so that one won't get done quite right yet. That will jump across over to here, and that will feed into our first volume control. It's going to come out here, go in. This is our grid stopper there. It goes into our grid. All right. And then that is the cathode for that one. This is our first node for that second tube. So I view 2A, I guess you could call it. And then that should jump over to, I got to confirm, it goes over to this one, excuse me. Hold on, let's turn that off. So we're kind of starting to work through some of the things that you should probably be doing while you're going through this, right? So we're gonna get beepy beepy mode, right? And we're just gonna confirm some connections here, right? That beeped, that's good. And it shouldn't beep anywhere else, and it doesn't. It beeps on that one. This one here then must be this one, and it is. Okay, good, right? This one's coming in. This one should be going over to here or something. There it is, and that is correct. And it shouldn't be going anywhere else, and it doesn't. All right, so it's this one. Cool. That's ground. It should go to ground. Yay. All right. What's it take to enter to win the giveaway? The dude. The instructions are in the description, or hit up Grant Us Glorious Tone. He also's got stuff as well. Grant Us Glorious Tone, his channel is actually hosting the giveaway. So you're gonna send your email to him. It's pretty basic. It's pretty simple. You're gonna do a short video. I'm talking 15 seconds is all we care about. We just want to see your face. We want to know who you are, and we want to capture just a quick little glimpse of your rig and, you know, your cabinet, like your rig, your guitar rig. So you go, hi, my name is freaking the dude. I've been playing guitar for 25 years. I'm a fucking shredder. Shredding. Check it out. I got my 50 watt whatchamacallit there, and this is my cabinet for it, and this is my pedal board. I hope I can win. That's it. That's all we need. We just want to know who you are, see your rig real quick. That's it. That's your entry, more or less. That's the rules. That's it. So, yes, they are looking great. I agree. So, right. So then we know that that's our first tube. That's our thing. So then we got the other side here. So this is our other cathode there. This is our other grid that comes in from this one. So we came in on this side here, right? Or I should say it came in here. It goes out this way, goes into here, through a grid stopper, and then into the grid of V2B. Comes out of V2B via this guy here, which jumps into this, it jumps over to here, which comes out, jumps over to here, which then goes into our last, preamp tube, which is a parallel triode. It's just like this one over here, except for it's over here, right? So that parallel triode then goes out via this guy right here. So this is the plate resistor. This is the coupling cap, and let's just double check where that goes. I'm pretty sure it goes up to here. Where does it go? It goes to here, right? So it goes to there. This guy jumps over. I just wanted it to be as close to that as we could, so it just literally makes a little hop over. This is our master volume. This goes out into this guy. We haven't cut that yet, which then goes into the beginning of our pi circuitry here. So we go into the grid. There's our cathode there for it. Here's our plate. Now the cathode is actually what's driving this thing, I believe, but we go into a triode first. So I'm trying to recall how it works exactly. The grid comes in from here. So however that gets fed, it gets fed through this network right here, which goes to the anode of the other tube, or it goes from the anode of that, goes from that into the grid of this guy here, and then that feeds the basic pi that goes on, right? This is the so there's two coupling caps. These are the coupling caps here, but those ones both, yeah, that takes care of all that. So those feed these guys here, right? So this is fed to that, those two there. Those are the two plate resistors for the pi, which is right down here. It goes through here into the coupling cap, but those go to, they jump over to here. I know you guys can't really hear the beeping, but you just have to trust me, it's beeping, right? And then those both go down and feed the plates. And then of course the grids come out from that point through the coupling cap here and go on into the outputs of the tube. So we've kind of done our circuit check as of right now already, but that's just kind of proof of concept, if you will, what's going on. I'm literally trying to remember this circuit out of my head. The little little more complicated. I've never really used the pi network for a high watt before. So this is a high watt output section here. And when I say that, I mean basically from here over is all high watt. So a high watt uses a fixed bias phase inverter. It's not, the phase inverter itself isn't that much different from like a Marshall or a Fender or a Vox type of phase inverter. What's different is how it's driven, and the fact that it's fixed. So a fixed bias phase inverter, or pi, whatever you want to call it, just has a little more snot to it. It's a little more drive. And it stays cleaner a little bit longer. It's got more headroom because it's fixed bias. So it's kind of like, it works more like an output tube, I guess you could say, or in a sense, but so yay. How do I want to do this? I want to get that guy down there done first because things are starting to build up over here. So I'm going to remove this one for a moment. I'm also going to bend this guy out of the way. I'm going to attempt to bend that guy out of the way. And then we're going to work out what length we want that to be. And I don't want it to be super tight. I kind of want it to float a little bit over the top of the connection there because that will expand out. So I don't want it to get hit by that. So I'm just going to kind of give it a little bit of a float, if you will. And I think I got what I need out of it. And then I'm going to give it a little nippy nip cut right there. And now we get the fun joy of trying to trim that back without burking up my connection there. So I'm going to do a couple things here. I'm going to go a little deep on that. And I'm going to cut it a few. And then we're going to try to... Nope, totally missed it. Got it. Got it. Got it. And we're gonna... Oh man. We gotta get a lot of heat in there. We're gonna do this. Whew. Let's see here. Well, I don't know about being the best. I'm dang good, but I'm not the best yet. We're working on that part. I am no slouch, let's just say that. I'm definitely no slouch. Alright, so we're gonna... The unfortunate thing about audio in general, and then like just amplifiers in general, is like beauty's kind of in the ear of the beholder. So it might look cool, and it might be cool in a lot of ways, but that certainly does not mean that it is actually cool, you know what I mean? Like, it might sound like ass to you. It might sound like ass to the next guy too, but the hope is that it doesn't. Obviously. Come on, baby. There it is. Okay, I want to get this to freaking weld in there first because we need it to stick to that. And I got some amount of stickage going on, but now I got to get this thing to flow into there while it's melted. Get through the damn little hole, which never freaking works out, by the way. It always fucks it up. Because you never hit that freaking hole the first time. I don't know how, I don't know why, but it just cannot be done. There it is. Never on the first try. There it is. Now we got it though. And I got good penetration on the bottom too. Muy importante that we have penetration on the bottom. Then we're gonna try to just beautify this a little bit here. Give it a nice little arc up. We got some freedom and clearance. I just kind of want to get this connection out of the way because it is a very important one. So I'm going to cut this like here. Yeah, I think that'll work. Boop. And we're gonna trim off some there. I don't need 700 plus degrees now. And then we're going to trim off a little bit here. I'd love to think that my amps sound great, but then again, you know, I have a preference for sound. Like, what I like out of them may not be what someone else appreciates out of them. That's the challenge of it, really, is like what is really good and what is actually good to someone else is two different things, unfortunately. Alright, so now we're going to melt all that back in. There it is. Nice. Oh, that is so nice. You can't really tell, but the arc that comes in is about the same as the arc that goes down, and then the wires kind of like fall right next to each other, and it's a thing of booty. It's just a thing of booty. I love it. I've got good penetration on the bottom. I get the feeling this one's actually going to be kind of bright. Well, we'll see. I'd like it to be warm, but for guitar amps, it seems the general consensus is brightness is next to godliness. So some people like a really bright amp, because it's a little bit easier to make a bright amp kind of tame down a little bit than it is to make a dark amp bright. So it's like one of those things where that's where you kind of got to learn how to gauge people's feelings, I guess, like what their idea of bright is. It's a pain in the butt. That's all I can say. There's 100 different ways to do it, and there's no one better way. Alright, that is actually looking pretty freaking good. I'm gonna say that looks damn good. It's doing what it's supposed to. Now I need to make a little jumper there. Now, there's a couple different ways I can do that, and probably the easiest way is to just use one of the old like wires that we cut already. One of these. I like that one because it's a little bit thicker. The only reason is that because I do have other things that will need to connect there, it is easiest to work with it when it's that way, when it's thinner wire. It just doesn't look as pretty. That's the downer. When I say it doesn't look as pretty as it's just hard to make this stuff look good. And then it still takes up real estate, which doesn't help anything either. And we're gonna go for it like right. See if I can get in there a little bit. Turn off, please. And I want just a little more of a hook on that one. Let's see here. And I want to go back just a skosh. There we go. And we're going to go like so. And then we're going to give it a nice little cut. And what we're left with is a little U-shaped thing. And I'm going to leave the one side a little on the deep end, because we can always nip it later. But let's see here if I can do this. First of all, we're going to see if I did a good job or not on my bend. So I bent it a little. No, I didn't. I just need to move in a little. Pretty good. I did all right. A little tight. Tight is good though. All right, so now it's in the hole. But you can kind of see we only end up being able to get like maybe 2 wires in there. So it's a challenge. So, okay. How dedicated do I want to be? So my intention, damn ejecting it. That didn't hurt anything, did it? No, it did not. Okay. My intention when I first fire this thing up is to only use the bass control initially. I was going to then take the high cut and the mids and kind of develop that after I get it running. That was what my plan was. I don't know if it's the wisest idea, but I don't know exactly how the highs are going to work. I don't know if I'm going to need to use a different pop value or XYZ. I may need to do more of a blend option. So in this guy back here, I have an option where, excuse me, goodness, instead of putting the, how do I explain it? So I have my bass control, and instead of running a wire straight from the bass control to the input of the first volume pot, I put another grid stopper, if you will. What that does is allow me some isolation between the two sides. Then I can use the high control, whatever you want to call it, tone knob, to vary or allow highs to bypass this network here, right? So it bypasses that grid stopper, or it shunts it to ground, and it makes it so that way when you have the pot nearer the middle, it is more neutral. So if you turn it up, it's a little brighter. If you turn it down, it's actually darker, right? Because invariably when you do a high cut only, the first like half turn of the pot really doesn't do a whole lot. It just kind of takes just the very little bit of the edge off, and then you end up having to turn it down to like 9 o'clock or something before it really starts doing any activity. And it's just a little awkward for some people because they don't like how much, twist of the knob it takes to get some sort of activity out of it. And that's why I found that doing that blend option kind of works really well, because in the middle it's essentially neutral. It's not too bright, it's not too dark, but you can get brighter and you can get darker. And since it's already in the middle, it's kind of already, turning it down to 9 o'clock doesn't seem so extreme anymore. But the bass knob kind of works more bass to taste. The way I do the bass control is I try to get it just north of fat, right? So a little too ballsy initially when it's dimed all the way up, but when you just kick it back a little bit, it's kind of neutral. It's in the spot where it needs to be. And then when you turn it all the way down, it's not so thin that it sounds like a radio or anything like that. It's just thinner, but I like it to retain the balls all the way down. It just tightens up a bit. So the sweep of the bass control is very usable the way I design it, or the way I, implemented it, I guess, if you will. But the mids, I don't like mid controls. I don't like tone stacks. I'm putting mids in here because I know that people are going to bitch and moan if I don't. That's the feeling, and I kind of feel like somebody's just going to be like, it doesn't have a mid control? Are you kidding me? Like, not even a contour switch or something? So I'm going to put the mids in here. Now, the problem with the mids is that it does suck a little bit of gain out, because it's kind of an always in thing. So even when you turn it all the way up, it's kind of out of circuit. And I'm using my quotation fingers, out of circuit, but when you start to kick it in a little bit, obviously it starts to do what it does, and it will center more or less around 1 kilohertz or thereabouts. I like doing cut only controls. So what I mean by that is that when you turn them all the way up, they are essentially out of circuit. They're not doing anything. And when you turn them down, they do what they do, right? Less lows, less highs, etc., etc. Now, obviously a lot of people aren't used to that, for better or for worse. So it's just kind of a different way of thinking about it. It's not a Fender Marshall Vox tone control. It doesn't have a built-in kind of EQ curve when everything's at noon. It does not rely on everything being at noon. That whole, put the knobs at noon and does it sound good thing is bullshit to me. If you have the knobs at noon, sure, it might have the EQ curve kind of built the way that they intended it to be, but it is also cutting a lot of gain out of that, that stage of the amp. I don't like that. So, and that's the wife. She's on her way to class, and she's hurting today. She's not feeling so hot. The wife's going back to school to get some more certifications and stuff. But in either case, So the way I do my tone controls are just it's like a little bit of a learning curve at first, because it's not a Fender Marshall Vox tone control type thing. They are cut only. So my suggestion to people that are using my amps is to just turn them all the way up, and if it's too fat, turn the bass down. If it's too bright, turn the highs down. That's it. No more, no less. Don't try to treat it like noon is center. It's not. That's not what it's meant to be. I tune it so that way it's either going to be too fat or maybe just a little bit north of too thin. And then the same with the dark. Now the dark is a little bit harder to tune finitely. You know, it's probably just about too bright when it's all the way up, and probably just about right when you have it in the mid, and then when you turn it all the way down, obviously it gets darker, right? Too dark. So, yeah. Now the mid control, I'm gonna probably implement something akin to like a Framus mid cut or whatever they call it. So it's a Framus style. So it has two capacitors that join together, and then from there they go off to a 100K off to ground. And then what happens is when you twist the pot around, it does what it does. It takes up a lot of real estate, so I'm going to try to make it all build up into this section here, and it'll do what it needs to do. But I may need to get clever, but we'll see how that's going to go. So enough dilly-dallying. I need one resistor that goes from there to there, and that is what is that? That is a 560 ohm, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go to my notes. That should be a, where is my circuit at? Thank you. 100 ohm, excuse me. So let me get my 100 ohm out, and I'm pretty sure that is in here. I think I got 100 ohms now. I just picked a bunch up. There's an 825. That's not it for sure. And you are my 100 ohm. So I think I'm going to do what I did with some of these other ones over here, and I will. So that's literally just going to jump straight across. It's the only way to do it that I can see. But I'll put that silicone stuff on there so it's, I don't know. All right. I'm going to solder in what I know is permanent, and then we'll do some trimmy, and we'll figure out what I'm going to do with the bass control. There's two values that I can go with. So this is a 0.022, right? So that's pretty fat for the first stage. But then I put a 500, or I could go with the 250 PF cap that basically you can blend it in parallel, or not, excuse me, not in parallel, blend it in series with, or just out of circuit more or less entirely. And what ends up happening is that you end up with 500 PF minus a little bit, because when you put caps in series, it reverts to the lowest value minus whatever the difference is. So obviously you can't go below 0.022, so it ends up, if it was 500 PF, it ends up being more like 450 PF or something like that. So you can go a really wide sweep on that control. That's how it's meant to be. Makes sense? I hope that makes sense. So we're gonna get this up to temp here. I'm almost out of Dr. Pepper. We got to get this guy in yet still, and then I think what we can do, we'll see. We're gonna get the bass control. Like I said, we're gonna leave those two out for now. We're just gonna run it with just a bass control. We'll get it kind of working, and then we'll go from there. The drink of choice tonight. Sorry, I know it's been a while. Dr. Pepper. I know I usually have a hard liquor of some sort option in tow, but tonight we're kicking it back a little bit. Just a little bit. Boom. Yeah, this is gonna go pretty quick, I think, because we're just going. Okay, those are gonna stay out for a minute. I'm gonna go ahead and get the easy, going low hanging fruit right now. So low hanging fruit being like, I know what's actually gonna happen. Alright, that one I know is gonna get done. Come on. You were doing so good and then you weren't. This one's gonna be a little scary because you don't want to knock that this little guy out. This one's being a little brat. We need a little more oomph in there. There it is. I'm gonna go ahead and just touch this side here. I don't want to fill the hole all the way yet. There it is. I just touched it down with my hand. I didn't. Just wanted a little more length out of that wire. Probably gonna do the same on this one, to be honest. Ow, you're freaking hot. Alright, so that takes care of all that. Technically, I think we're damn near done with all this now. I'm just gonna touch up the ones that I know I think I missed here. There it is. Happier, happy, happy, happy. Happy dog, happy, happy dog. Excuse me. Okay, I am gonna start. I'm gonna go a little sane, a little safe. I'm gonna start with a 500. That's 250. It's a 120. Where's my 500s? There's some other 250s. Here's a 500. That's a 500. I'm gonna go with a nice one even. I'm not even gonna start with the cheap shit. We're gonna go with the nice CDM stuff here. This is the good stuff. See if you can get it to see. You can't even see it, but whatever. So we're gonna go with the good stuff. I just gotta remember how to wire it. I can't remember how to wire it. I've only just started using this style of bass cut control, so just give me a second while I do a little research and reacquaint my memory with it. Okay. Is this it? Is this the one? Some of that. I think that's it. I don't really want to do it the way that they show it, but I think that's the way I have to do it. Sorry, I'm working out stuff here. Yeah, it's kind of the only way to do it, huh? Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, that makes sense then. That makes sense, I suppose. Alright. So, what's going to happen is... What had happened was... We're going to go in... Get the frickin'... Thank you. It was arguing with me. I was not having it. And then I really would like for you to angle out. Ish. Okay. So, I don't know if I want to wire it in from the top or from the bottom. I think for now I want to try to keep this as long as I can. I'm going to plan on tightening it up later once I know for a fact that's what we're going to go with. So I need to jump those two. So that's where we're going to pull out some stuff here and find another one of those wires that we cut off earlier. That one will do. That'll do, pig. So now you know why I keep this around. But this is about, it's not all the trash from this build, but that's pretty much all the trash from this build. So you can see it, you get quite a bit. All right, that's looking good there. And how do I want to do you? How dost thou want to do you? Go right in here. Yeah, we'll go right in there. Why not? Sure. Okay. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna make it seem like it's gonna be semi-permanent. Right now, I'm just gonna lock in that middle one, and hopefully I don't piss it off. I probably will, but if I do this well, maybe it'll hold tight. Come on. There it is. Maybe. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so I still need to have a jumper that goes across. So I need another jumper that goes from there to there. But that means I also got to fit this in there as well. So you can see how it can get kind of busy real quick. Real quick. I don't even know if I can fit 3 of them in there. Part of me wants to use just another one of those and just straight up jump it, but I think for now that's what I'm gonna do. It's just, I should have left that piece out that I had, dang it. I was doing so well. There we go, we'll use that guy. Again, some of this is gonna get cleaned up again later on. Like right now we're in some level of design mode, so I'm relatively close to what it needs to be, but not 100% certain. I've never done this circuit before, so there's no telling if it needs to be that way or not. So we're just gonna try to make things safe and sane. Okay. I don't like that. It's bent a little crooked. There we are. It's pretty close. Close enough. Ish. Alright. And sure. Click. And then we're gonna go like that. And did I do good? Oh, I did good. I did good. I did so good. I mean, it's not that I don't remember. It's like I have a pretty good idea. It's just like there's a couple different ways you can do it. And what I mean by a couple ways you can do it is that you can wire the pot a couple different ways. And it will react a different way depending on what you do. And I think I want to get this in from the bottom, not from the top, but I don't know if that's going to work or not. So let's see here. It's a challenge because you got to get it up and in. And I don't want to ruin anything. I'm going to take this back out. Remember the term low-hanging fruit, okay? Just remember the term low-hanging fruit. So we're going to run with that. I'm going to tack that one in, and then we'll bend it off so it's not touching the base of the pot there. That would be ungood. This is going to look very ugly at first. Just so you know, this is not how it is going to leave the shop. This will get cleaned up and made correct. Okay. This is just for firing it up and making sure she gonna work. And then we're gonna solder this side in. Like that. And then we'll bend it out a little bit so that way it's not touching, because right now those leads are touching the back of the pot, which would be ungood because that is technically grounding out. That obviously ain't gonna work. now we have clearance. I think maybe what I'm going to do is go a little bit deeper even. Do something like this. Oh, you little brat, come on. So I'm trying to future-proof a little bit here. And I'll do the same again over here. There it is. That's enough clearance. I don't have to worry about it, at least anyway. It's just kind of out of the way. That looks ugly as sin. That is not, like I say, that is not how it's gonna leave. Of all the beauty that's going on in right here now, that's just a step, okay? So now this is gonna be less than fun because I got to get down in there and make this thing go into that implement. So we're gonna go from here, that's our input, to this guy right there. And I think what I'm gonna do while I'm ahead is get the other side just done. Because I know we're not gonna be using this for anything else. And I'm gonna pull it up just a little bit here. It's not gonna work with me that way, is it? There it is. Is that good? Can't tell. Yeah, that's good. All right. Cool. All right. So now it's, do I just go straight for it? Call it a day? Realistically, that's probably the better way to do it, is just go straight for it. But this is 100 ohms. So that ain't the one I want. I want this one. This is a 10K. This is, I'm going to be honest right now, this one's going to be very difficult to make it look good. Just because of where it's at and how it lines up with everything. It's going to be very difficult. We're actually doing pretty good on time. It's only 7:30. Been at this for 2.5, almost 3 hours. Okay. I kind of feel like it would just be best if I just went straight for it. To make it as short as possible. Because realistically, that is the objective, is to make this jump right here as short as possible. What I'm going to try to do is make it so that the resistor itself lands closer to the jack pin, because you really want to get this thing as close to the tube socket as you can. Roger. Just FYI, okay? And I cut it just about the right length there to make that a possibility. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut the tip, and I'm going to get the length of stick out that I want on it. So about yay. Then I'm going to go get some wire. I'm just going to put the silicone on it to try to make it look nice, so it doesn't have this bare freaking wire poking out on it. You know what I mean? We're just going to try to make it look nice. It's for no other purpose than that. So I need a very small amount here, so we're just going to give it that. So use this little bit here. Now the reason I like using that silicone stuff there is because it doesn't melt. Makes sense? I'm going to cut that a little bit shorter though, because I want just a little bit more poke out. Something like that I think will do. Now the only downside to that is, and another thing I could have done, I guess, is just use clear silicone or clear shrink wrap. But I'm going to try this because I think this will look good. But now I need to get the width on the other side here. So I'm going to try... I don't know how I'm going to manage this, to be honest. I don't know how I'm going to manage this, but we're going to give it a shot. I just want to get an idea of where I need to bend it at. So that's going to poke in there like that. That's just going to set there. And then, of course, I just can't quite get my thing in there. But that is roughly where I need to bend it. So I'm going to go right about there and go down. And I should have done that after I put some of this on there. Darn it all. But that's okay. We'll we'll get this to the length that we need it, and then we'll unbend that, and then we'll know how much length that we need to have. So I want, darn it, I think that's what I want. That'll work. I'm gonna go just a little long. There it is. Ooh, how close were we? Yeah, so I did go a little long. That's good. All right, so now we're just gonna cut a little bit off. So now when I put this thing on there, I know where I need to bend it at, right? Makes sense? Haha. I'm farter than your average feller. Or farter than your average smeller. You know what I meant. You meant what I know. Okay. And then we're gonna do this again. So we're gonna, right there, bend it over. So now what we end up with this is that. I try to make it so you can always see the value, so I'm gonna make it so the 10K is poking straight up. And I know I don't need a bunch of length on there, so I'm gonna cut that back just a little bit. And that'll just rest in the thing. And then what we should be able to do after I get my doohickey back, I think that was the one. Yeah, that's the one. All right. So if I do this really well, let's see what we get here. This is gonna be a bitch to freaking solder, by the way. I'm not looking forward to that. Okay, got that. Oh, did we miss? And there it is. It's sitting in there. It is now hitting in the hole. Okay. I'm gonna solder this side first. I'm gonna get that all locked in, and then we're gonna try to bend that other side back a little bit. So we're gonna bend it back on itself, and then we'll solder that side. Cool? Cool. All right. That'll take care of our input. Don't you move. It's trying to move on me. And I think, yeah, that'll work. It's moved on me more than I wanted it though. So we're gonna twist this around just a little bit there. Where's my 10K at? Yeah, no, hold on. Hold on, sorry, my head's in the way. Why? Why are you no moving? And yeah, it's pretty close to being right. There. How you do now? That's pretty close. It's good enough. I think. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. Why are you not moving? Ow, you're freaking hot. You're so hot. Oh my god. Yeah. 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 That's gonna fit in the hole now. Now all I gotta do is tweak it around somehow. That's the part that I was afraid of. How am I gonna bend that thing? I don't think this is gonna fit. Alright, well I like where the angle of the dangle's at, so let's just go ahead and get it buried in there a little bit more. There it is. Okay. Okay, that's looking good in that regard. I got plenty of poke out on the other side. Now the question is how do I get it to bend around? I told you this was not going to be fun! I knew it was not going to be fun! Can't even get to it from there. I may not be able to do what I want to do. Yeah, I can't even get it from that. Okay, well, let's get it just soldered in there for now. I know that it will solder in. I know that I can get it to solder in. Except for, I really wish I could get it to bend. What it is that because I got the and we're gonna get it. Don't you worry. We're fighting logistics right now. Physics are not happening. They're not happy with me. Okay, that is definitely soldered in, but let's just get a little more down in there. Okay, very nice, very nice. And then let's get this one tightened up again. Hey, knock it off. There it is. So you want that to be pretty good. So, and that one's pretty dang good now. It's not going anywhere, that's for damn sure. It's kind of not pretty over here anymore, but whatever. I could have done like an angle and all that jazz, but it's just a little, that's asking too much, okay? Sorry. Okay, let's get that guy on. That guy is important. Muy importante. So, I'm gonna go off the outside edge, and then we need to go, I think I can just do this one right off the bat. Hold on here. Let's see what we can do with this thing here. Yes. Jizz. Okay. And I don't know how I want to do that. I kind of just want it to shoot up into it. Let's get it soldered on. It'll be easier to figure out once it's actually locked in place. Can't move anywhere. Going for the heat, baby. Going for the heat. Just a little bit more. There we go. Okay, I want you to get hot. Yeah, melt, baby. There we go. Got some melty action. Is that the kind of melty action I'm looking for? I think so. Let's get just a little bit more in here. Ow. It's pretty hot. Okay. Yes. That is on there all good and tight and stuff. Honestly, I could go either way with that one. It's closest to this. Son of a bitch. It's closest to this one, but it would probably look just as good laying over to that one. The problem is this one's already got two in it, so I don't really want to. How to build a boutique amp. Damn straight. This is about as boutique as it gets, too. Let's turn that down a little bit. I think it's gonna just be easiest for me to do this and then kind of poke it up and then get it into that hole. And I kind of like the way that just kind of ekes on over. So I need to cut it to a length. I'm gonna cut it to here. I think that'll work. That's gonna have to work now. Alright, and then we're gonna strip off just a little bit here. This is gonna be less than fun. I always hate doing this part. I'm gonna give myself a nice little bit to work with here too. Now I have the quandary of, do I tin it all or just the tip? I'm gonna tin just the tip, just so it doesn't fray up on me. And it sucked a bit of it up anyway. Because what I have to do is work it into something that already has solder in it. I should have waited on that, to be honest, but you know, you just sometimes you just biff it. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'll heat that up and then I'll push it in, and hopefully that it'll just kind of fall into place, and then I can worry about how I can bend it around. It's asking a lot. Believe you me, it's asking a lot. I think I can do this though. Get over there. I think I can. Shaka Khan. Shaka Khan. Let's see if I can do this without burning myself too. Come on, baby. I wonder if it would be easier to get in from over here. Oh my god, I'm making myself work today. Build guitar amps, they said. It'll be fun, they said. It'll be easy, they said. Building guitar amps is not exactly easy. And I apologize. This is gonna make me work. Okay, there's that. There it is. Exactly like that is exactly what I wanted. Okay. Now I just got to figure out how I'm going to bend it around. Okay. So that is deep inside that hole there. Plenty of solder is buried up in there. I'm not worried about that thing going nowheres. Okay. So I don't like how it's tweaked out that way. So the hope is that it's going to play with me and bend in. It is kind of doing what I ask it to. Just like that. Got a nice little swoop. Okay, now that that's kind of doing what I need it to do, now we can add a little more heat to it to kind of solidify its position. Make sure everybody happy. There it is. Okay. All right. I think I'm good with that. That's nice and well soldered. I can dig it. Ow. Sorry. Okay, so that's our HT. That's all that. In theory, we are at a spot, sans this one little guy right here. I need to figure out what I'm going to do with that. So let's turn the heat down for a minute. So this guy here is going to go to that center spot there. And I want it to stay pretty long because I want it to kind of rise up and above everything. You can't tell, but I just want it to kind of eke its way up and in. I just want it to loft in there, you know what I mean? But I have a pan that's going to go, you know, a plate that goes over this. So I want it to not necessarily touch the plate, but I don't mind if it does because it'll just smush out, but I also don't want it to drag and get caught on anything. So there's just like a fine line between how much I need to cut off and all that fun stuff. So I'm gonna cut it right here, which will definitely make it thin, but I gotta go long because I gotta go, yeah, we're gonna go right there. It's a shame. That stuff's also expensive. So I need the ground to go over, right? So I can have it grounded because I want to shield this wire. So I probably should have waited to solder that ground in, but we're gonna make it work. It's all gonna be good. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. So let's see here. How How far? I get the feeling, hopefully I don't mess up that joint down there. That's what we don't want to do. Now, I've seen some people where they pluck out the wire. I don't like doing it that way. I just unfray the whole damn thing. It takes some effort, but whatever, it is what it is. It just, to me, it looks better when it's unfrayed. I'm putting it in shrink wrap anyway, shrink tubing. So, whatever. This is going to be painful, by the way, watching me do this. If you thought anything else I was doing if it was fun, this isn't going to be any more fun. And then to boot, I got to make sure I don't rip any of these wires out, because we don't want any wires falling around in here either. Yeah, this is a freaking blast and a half. What do we got here? How deep is it? How deep is what though? The chassis? The chassis is 2.5 inches deep, or if it's depth wise in this dimension here, it's 8 inches. So we're fitting a lot of amp in here. Time to hit the sack. Looking good, Luke. Thank you, Steven. Have a wonderful night, man. Thank you for stopping in and visiting. Appreciate that. Get some rest. And then don't work too hard. Don't do what I'm doing right now, where you're just like, yeah, this is freaking awesome. This is exactly what I want you to wonder. I want you to sit there and think. Like, we all sit there and go, oh, Alexander Dumble, like, he's the greatest of all, right? Or Ken Fisher, he's the greatest of all. What were they doing at this very moment in time? Like, in the build, when they were doing these wires like this that I'm doing right now? What were they doing? That is the question. Do you think they were doing something more graceful? Or do you think they were doing exactly what I'm doing? Going, wow, it's a good thing nobody watches me, because this is painful to watch. Okay, so what we're going to do is start twisting this up. See? Pretty cool, huh? Yeah? So freaking awesome. So that's all we do. So that is a little on the long side. Now, I don't keep that. Now, what I do is I go doo-doo. I'm just teasing. Where did I put that stuff? I had it. Where I must have put it away. I did, because I'm a good boy. Such a good boy. Alright, so I put a little bit of this on there. This is that heavy-duty stuff that I really like. It's got the glue and all that fun stuff. We don't need a whole heck of a lot. In fact, we don't want a whole heck of a lot, because this stuff is pretty stiff, and if I make it too stiff, it won't arc over. It turns into a brat and a half. But we also need some for the other part, but I think this stuff is a little too thick for that. I thought I used to have some more. I don't have it anymore. I think I ran out. I need, oh, there it is. I need to get some more of this stuff. It's just the, smaller tubing. Now, this doesn't have the glue in it, but I don't need a whole heck of a lot of this either. I want just a skirsh. There it is. So what I want to do is get that down there. Yeah. And I'll heat shrink that on there. Alright, and then we'll put the other heat shrink over the top of it, and then we'll trim that off, and then we got our little network. Cool. Alright, let me get some heat. Oh, you dirty little... Where'd you go? Haha! Freaking unbelievable. Unbelievable. I guess maybe it probably wouldn't hurt to just tin that real quick. Just make my life a little bit easier, to be honest. And it might also help if I did this. Yeah, I should. I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna tin this first, and then we'll come back to that. Okay. Melty, just on the tippy. And if you wouldn't mindy, just melt. I cooled down the iron a little too much is what I did. There we are. I just want the tip. I don't want to freaking totally go crazy, you know what I mean? And then we're going to get this guy down. Now the reason I want to do this now is because I don't want to freaking find out that it doesn't fit over this other stuff. So I want to be able to pull it up and around. Then what we can do is drop that down there. It better not fly off again this time. Now, this stuff is awesome here because it has the glue, so it like literally glues that whole thing together, right? So it doesn't like go anywhere. So that's pretty tight right there. I might not want to go quite that tight. I'm gonna go there. Yeah. And I kind of just go until I start to see the glue puke out. Once you get the glue puking out, you know you've done good. All right. And you can kind of see it's, yeah, it's going to be good. That's going to be a good one. All right, what do we got here? Join the giveaway today. Today. Get in there. All right. All right, let's go back to the other song. This one's cool and all, but I'm ready for the other one now. This one's more, it's got the cadence I like. The other one's a little epic. 15 of you in here right now? What the hell? Must be doing something right. All right. We are getting really close, everybody. I think after this connection right here, it is technically close enough to test things. Technically, have we cooled off enough? Yeah, we did cool off quite a bit here. Okay. So let's strip off the end here. There we go. But we're not gonna make any noise tonight. I'm sorry. I'm gonna leave you guys on the hook. It's too late to make any noise anyway. And there's still a bunch of like fire up sequence stuff that I like to go through. And I like to, when I do these builds and I do these videos like this, I kind of like to show that whole process. I kind of started showing some of it earlier when I was talking about like doing beepy. I'm sorry, I have like weird terms for things, but beepy is a technical term, by the way, in case you didn't know. Doesn't that look pretty? Got my little rabbit ears, right? Now I like to let that cool down a little bit. So, now you do have to be careful when you're going through with this here. So that wire there, the ground, is circumventing your primary lead, the one in the middle there, the clear one. If you let that thing get too hot for too long, it'll melt through the jacket on the inside, and then you'll have a dead short, and that's no good. I think that's where most accidents happen, is when somebody applies a little too much heat a little too long on the ground and it melts through the jacket. And it works fine for a little bit, but as it vibrates and wiggles and breaks down over time, it shorts out. And then you're like, why doesn't my amp work anymore? And then when you've got half a dozen of these in your amp, you just never know which one it is. Now this is the only one like this in the main circuit where I'm doing this stuff here. Shielded cable does have an effect on the sound of the amp. It does make it darker, so if you use shielded cable for literally every single run, I can guarantee you're going to end up with a darker sounding amp. You may like that though. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just something to consider. So I tend to have amps that probably need to be brighter than anything else, or I feel like when I build amps, they always end up needing to be brighter. That's been my experience anyway. But gosh darn it, it's gonna make me fight. So we're gonna tweak these in here. And if you wouldn't mind, I'm gonna do this. Sorry. There we are. A little bit better. All right, it's gonna be a little bit easier to get it to line up in that hole there. Like that. Cool. I like it. I'm gonna go ahead and solidify that one and just get it done with, because it's working pretty well right now. And I like where it's at, and we're gonna poke this one in there and lock that one in as well. And you got to manage your heat on this stuff here too, because what'll happen is this stuff isn't quite as robust. It will melt the jacket off, and then you'll end up with this like weird off looking, you know, connection. Again, this will probably end up getting touched up quite a bit, but for now it's not looking too bad. I'm just going to do a little bit of tighten up work here like that, and that is a little bit on the low side there. So I probably need to tighten it up a little bit more even, but with a little bit of heat, we'll be all right. All right, so let's get the voltage. Let's get the voltage stuff in. We still got to do the screen grid resistors, and I still got that 100 ohm that's got to go right there as well. But I'm trying to get the hard stuff out of the way here. All right, come on, baby. Are you gonna be my daddy? Oh, get in your hole. Yes. Get in your hole. Did I do this right? Was there something else I needed to do? No, that's right. Yeah, we good. We good. This guy's got to go in there too. This one's a little more challenging though. Actually, I think I gotta go the other way with it, if I'm not mistaken. I gotta get the small one in first, because it's a little bit bigger. Yeah, it's a little bit fatter. I don't know why. Damn you. And then we go to this guy. I know that this works because I've done it. I did practice. There it is. All right. And if you don't mind, okay. Come on. Around we go. It just happens that it's easy enough to thread it over. And now we just don't want to cross thread anything. And then we're going to put this so the arrow is straight up. It's going to look weird when you're looking at it though, because the shirter, so it's got a little S on it, but the shirter, the symbol turns with it. So I probably should have ran those wires first, because now I'm seeing part of my challenge. Hold up, looks like I gotta do some other activities here. I gotta run wires before I freaking solidify. Okay, now here's the freaking fun part I was talking about. I gotta get these connections done. Everything's buried down in there. It's freaking too late. I am in California, my man, and it is 8 o'clock right now. I was talking about it earlier. I got my kid lives in the room behind me, and it's just we're not gonna get anywhere far enough, quick enough. So there's no point in trying. I have to decide whether or not I want to go over the top or under the bottom with this thing. Things are starting to look good though, because I can get to it. And if I can touch it, that means I can get it. But I have to decide if this is going to go underneath or over the top. I haven't made that decision yet. Okay. So if I do this and I click it in there, I should have black to black, white to white, and I do. And now I get to decide the fun stuff. Do I go? So part of my problem is that there's not enough space between that and that to even pinch the wires between it. So I think I gotta feed everything under first. I might be able to get these ones to pinch in there. Maybe. Man, that's gonna be tight even for that. Oh, no, that will work. That didn't take much effort. Okay, so that answers that question for those. Which means I might be able to work this through there. Ooh, it's kind of going. I don't really want to get too crazy with it, but... Ooh, and then I bent it. You dirty mother. Yeah, build amps, they said. It would be easy, they said. Alright, I think... this one might be too big to fit even underneath there. I think we might be relegated to going over the top. Not the end of the world, just not what I was anticipating to do, I think, initially. Because we end up with a little bit more than we bargained for. So this thing does have to twist around anyway. That's where it needs to be. Damn. Okay, that's fine. Oof. Sorry, I'm working out logistics here. The logisticals are fun. They are real in this amp. This needs to stay out. I know that for a fact. This can't go very far. So let's just see what happens when I connect that. And this is my last opportunity here to double check my connections too. Are you going in the right way? Yeah, you are the right way. Come on, you mother trucker. And if you wouldn't mind, there it goes. Click. Alright, so I have white to white. White is always white, and blue is always black. So what I got here is my white is going to the white, and my blue is going to... it's technically... oh, black should be going to my blue. And that is the case. Yeah. So the white is white, black is blue. And then my brown is... yeah, I can't see it all now. Just trying to make sure I didn't goof anything up. Blue is black, that's correct. So the blue on this one here is the switch. So the blue needs to be the other neutral, which is my brown. So the blue is technically brown, and then my red is my black over here on this transformer side. So that is all correct then. Things are correct. Okay, so now I gotta get things just... I want this to go over the top of all that. So this stuff here is going to get sucked in over here. Then I got the white and the black that are on the wrong side of that thing. Darn it. I don't want that connection right here down where it's at currently. I need it to be elsewhere. I'd like for it to go underneath, but I got it on the wrong side of my green thing here. So I'm gonna undo that connection, I think. There we go. And we're gonna pull it out just a scoosh. I'm gonna try again. This time we're gonna get it right. If you wouldn't mind. If you would not mind. Fucker. Now we're on the right side of it. And we're getting somewhere here. Okay. Back in there again. Now let's get this thing reconnected. Okay, and we're gonna go over and around my little thermistor and make sure we don't bend it any more than we already have. And if you wouldn't mind coming up. Darn it. I knew this was going to be a challenge. I was hoping it was not going to be this much of a challenge. Sorry. I know this is like watching freaking paint dry, among other things. But this is what it takes. This is what it takes. Okay, that's fine. These are going to get sent up and then zip tied into place. Now, can I get that thing on the other side where I want it? Most painful day ever. That may never fit. That's the thing that's kind of a bummer. So I'm at that point where I'm relegated to keeping this on. Like, I can't take these things back out. No, I cannot. So I can either just leave it here where it's at, or I gotta find a way to freaking connect it underneath, which I suppose I could try to do. That is actually doable. I'm gonna get tricky. It's tricky. Dun, dun, dun. It's tricky. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is allow that to be a thing that can get me so I can get some leverage to pluck this thing off, I think. There it is. Click. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is get this thing fed in there. Because I think I can get it to feed in like this. Maybe? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it will not fit that way. Sorry, everybody. Apparently I needed just a little more space. Just a little bit more. Thank you, Requiem. I appreciate that. Enjoy the rest of your night. I'm gonna try not to freaking go insane here. I'm gonna try not to. Just trying to think of how I can get this like in there. Like if I can fit it underneath, it's fine, right? It's just the how part. I don't know that I have enough room to like, or enough leverage. That thing is pretty freaking solid. I did a good job. And it seems that it seems pretty tight. And it doesn't look like it's gonna fit no matter what I want. I don't know how much it's off by though, that's the thing. It's so close. It is not gonna fit there. I kind of have no choice then. Everything's gonna have to go above. And I think we can do it. I think we can do it. I think we can. Okay, let's see if we can get this thing to come up. Work it out. I work it out. I work it out. Go ahead and twist this up to eat some length. Do the same here. I'm going to go the same direction with the twist. Ooh, that's kind of cool. And that's not danger zone either. Alright. Alright. Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay. And that'll get squeezed down by the PEM and held into place, and then this will pop up. Yeah, this is what goes to the fuse, which is right there. Okay, we got it. We have it kind of fingered out now. I'm gonna see if I can push this back a little bit so we can get this buried in there a little bit better. And this will go across the top here. Okay, so I'll give you an idea of what's going on in here. The PEM is this guy here. This is our power module. Alright, so that'll go there. That'll function. That'll do. Then these guys here, this needs to get tightened up just a skirsh. That'll go pretty much like that. I'll get that tightened up, and then these will get zip tied to themselves right here so they're not, yeah, okay. Okay. It's not pretty. I don't like that. I'll never do that again. I'm telling you right now. It's not my idea of fun, but it is doing what it's supposed to do for, oh, you dirty little. It's doing what it's supposed to do. That's all I can say. Ah, you mother trucker. There it is. Really? Come on. Thank you. So what I want to do is just get this kind of tucked up here. Like so. And then I want to try to get it up and over. There we go. Just like that. We're just doing it so it doesn't touch and get in on the other parts that are down in there. And I managed to not bend anything else. That's good too. Alright, so now what I need to do is tighten that thing up somehow. I think we'll just have to go ye old-fashioned way, which is sucky. Sorry, I know my head's in the way. Oh yeah, that thing's freaking tight. It ain't moving. And I have it aligned where I want it. I'm gonna try to give it a couple more ooga doogas. Without moving it, of course. I think that's where it's gonna want to stay. And then that's gonna get tightened. And then this is gonna get that. And then we're gonna try to rotate it around without cutting anything. There it is. Now everything is floating. Okay, this is my ground. I wanted to give these just a little bit of a smashing to make sure they're not, I'm not doing it that way though. There it is. Just a little smashing. make sure they're good and tight, because they're gonna go on here. Again, my head's in the frickin' way, I know it. Click. There's that one. Okay. And then this one we'll do the same. And if you wouldn't mind, thank you. Okay. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Click. Okay, this one goes into the whatchamacallit, and we got this guy here. Just goes like that. Okay, again, I'm just gonna give it a couple ooga-doogas. One last little kick to make sure it's good and tight. I'm not really worried about this. I know this one's tight. Okay, and then this one is gonna go here. Click. All right. And we got this guy. We're getting really close, guys. 5 minutes to join. That's all it takes, guys. I lost half of you in that battle. You don't understand how hard that battle was. It's stupid. It's a stupid freaking battle. It's a battle that nobody should ever have to fight, but I fought it for you. You don't even understand how painful it was for me to do that battle. But I did it. I did it for you. Just for you. Okay, where everything's clean and clear. Alright, and this guy goes click like that. And this guy goes click like that. Right? Okay. That is in there. Oh my god, that is in there. Now, it's gonna work. That will function, everybody. And I got plenty of air around my thermistor. Now I just got to decide how I want to run this guy. Do I want it to run behind those? Kind of don't. That's not bad though. Okay. All right. All right. I guess I can put those screws in. I still got to put the screen grids in there too. I have not forgotten. I have not forgotten. I need my special screwdriver, which is right here. Oh no! Ah! Almost dropped it. No bueno. Damn it. My freaking hands are too fat for that crap. I might be able to get this one to do it, but... Oh, come on. There it is. Now, I do like making these a little bit extra long, so I am aware that it is longer than it's supposed to be. That is intentional. The reason it is intentional is because if, by any chance, it does ever come loose, I want to buy you as much time as possible before it actually comes out of there, in hopes that your lazy butt will get in there and do what it's supposed to do, which is tighten that up. Know what I mean? And then I'm gonna take this guy and we're gonna do it like this. There it is. There it is. Now, I can't remember what size that was. It was like really small. I don't think I have that size. I do. I just don't know if it'll fit. can't remember what that size was. Good thing I got another one here to figure it out. It is metric, I know that, but that doesn't help me much. No, what? Well, that is the size that will function. But this is going to be way too long. I think. Maybe. I might be able to make that work. If I pull that off, but then what am I going to do over here? God darn it. It's a 730 seconds, and I already know. I don't have a 730 seconds of any other format. Maybe. That's a 530 seconds. 3/16, that ain't it. 730 seconds? 730 seconds, let's go! Golly. Sorry, that was excitable. That was an excitable moment, because that means I actually have the freaking tool I needed. You don't understand how exciting that is to have the right tool when you need it. Oh yeah. Click. I'm gonna not tempt fate on that. I'm just gonna do what I should do. Click. There we go. Easy enough. Click. Guten tight. Yeah, that is guten tight. Alright. Oh yeah. Baby. Oh yeah. Whew. Alright, couple more things to go. And then we're technically ready to start doing some testies. Let's get you back in there. And then I'll... Oh my god. I think I need another Dr. Pepper. That's what I need. Let's see if I got the right ones here. This is gonna suck because I gotta get these in the hole. That one will work there. But was it meant for this one? Golly, I knew that was gonna be tight. Get over there, thank you. Can't remember which of these was meant for what. That is a little tight. I think this one was over here. And then this one, let's just double check the fitment. That one's not much better, to be honest. Just checking. I know it was close. These things are damn near identical. To be honest, I did a really good job. And this is the one that's gonna go here. Golly, that's not gonna be freaking fun. Oh, that's gonna suck so bad. You guys don't understand how much it's gonna suck to put those things in there. Probably should have waited. I should have put it in first, but you can see how much fudging around there is going on. Okay. I do need to tighten that yet still. I hate using these things, but it's impossible to get the actual size you need in there. Like, you cannot get the wrench in there, you know what I mean? Just never happens. Sorry, I got my head in the freaking way and everything too. Oh yeah, that's pretty good and tight though. It's definitely tight. And that's still pointing straight up. Do I give it another freaking little That's pretty freaking tight. I don't think I can't even get it to budge. That one I know is tight. These ones I still got to tighten. I'm not that worried about those. This is tight. That's in there. That is... Technically there is air. You can't really tell, but there is actually air in there. Here. See? Oh, you can't see, but zip tie. Goes right on through there. Yeah. Shoot, shoot, shoot. So we got plenty of space. Nothing's getting cut or pressed upon. Everything's insulated. We're starting to get to the scary part, you guys. All right, this is hot, heated up. Let's figure out how we're gonna do this. This is not gonna be fun or easy. I think it's gonna be best if I tin this side. There we go. I'm gonna tin this one while I'm at it. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I might have made my life difficult. I don't think it's gonna matter either way though. Alright, so what I gotta do is slide this one in there while at the same time getting it to fit into the other one. Kind of like that. That's held in place at the moment, so that's all I can ask for. Okay. So that is held in place. And now what we want to do is try to get in there and get them to lock in. So I don't like the angle of that dangle. It's kind of not too bad. I need it to rotate around, but I think we're rocking and rolling on that one. Not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be, I guess. Alright, now let's get this side in. Do the same. Get it nice and rotated in place. And I think that will do, pig. It's at an angle, so I need to obviously work out my angle of the dangles here. It's nice and straight that way. Oh, come on. Ran out of solder, I guess. I got the heat down a little lower too. I'm not trying to freaking go crazy here. That's pretty good. Oh yeah. I know you can't really see what I'm seeing, but what I can see is that at least things are pretty much where they need to be. I was kind of half expecting these things to have to get worked out anyway a little bit, but that's probably pretty good. I guess I can do is this. So I bend the whole thing all at once. Oh, what do you know? Oh, what do you know? And I do have these isolated like this on purpose. Screen grid resistors, they do get hot. So it is nice for them to be, sorry, I know all you see is my freaking head in the way, but they get kind of warm. So it is nice for them to be away from things. And yeah, I will accept those. And I'm just trying to make it so that the one is like sitting right over the top of the thing. And burn marks on his dude. No, that freaking build was bullshit. That picture you sent me, I'm sorry, but if that's, put it this way, this is more or less, okay, so when I'm prototyping an amp, this is what it looks like when it first starts. This is as bad as it will be. All right, it only gets cleaned up from here. I still got to go through and clean up all those solder points on those where we put all the wires on them. Right? Like, that was a spaghetti ass mess of bullshit. I'm telling you right now, we're talking about something completely different. You guys aren't privy to, but he sent me a picture. Grant Glorious Tone sent me a picture earlier today of something that Tracy Guns is doing, and it's absolutely foul. I have never had an amp come out of my shop that looks like that. Now that amp there looks disgusting as hell. Excuse me. Right now, I wouldn't dare show you, but I can tell you right now, I would not be taking a picture and sending that shot in and be going, "This is what I'm up to. Check this shit out." No, hell no. Because that was some cabbage, freaking cabbage. All right, let's get this thing done up here, and then I'll digress. Sorry, Tracy, you got some work to do, bro. A lot of work to do. You are not there yet, young Padawan. So he's got this 18 watt design, I guess he's trying to perfect or something like that. I am the 18 watt king, I'll tell you that right now. Like, when it comes to 18 watts, I'm the man. I do the low wattage thing. He's got some work to do. He's trying to make it like a JCM 800. More or less, he's doing the same thing everyone else has tried to do. It's just a treble middle bass, 18 watt that has an extra tube stage in it. So, nothing special in that regard. I did it. I didn't like it. It's not that it doesn't work. It sounds good. Don't get me wrong. I know it'll sound good. So don't mistake. Don't put what I'm saying out there as like he's a pile of shit person and that he makes pile of shit amps. His amps don't look very good inside. They are not this level of quality inside. Now, unfortunately, this level of quality does not guarantee that it's going to sound good. And a bad wiring job doesn't also necessarily mean that it's going to sound bad. Or a horrible wiring job doesn't necessarily mean it's going to sound bad. It's just, you got all this money that you're spending on that product, because I can assure you he's not, giving it away like this one. So I'm going to turn that off. We got one more resistor left to go, and technically we are ready to put this thing in, and damn, that's just proud. Sorry, I'm moving on the mic there. I gotta get some silicone. How do I want to do this? Kind of want to go with silicone, but I'm going through some internal pain right now. And I got like chunks of freaking whatchamacallit, like that guy right there. There's a white one in there somewhere. When I get this thing out and shake it around, it's going to be easier. But that transformer weighs quite a bit of poundage, so it's not exactly easy to just pick it up and shake it around. So I'm trying to make sure that I can't drop it yet. I got to get some noise out of it before I drop it at least. That sort of thing. So there we go. All right, just kind of doing a couple things to make sure I did my job. The screen grids are looking good. I got some air there. All right, let's get this guy in. It's got to go from there to there. And I don't know exactly how I want to do that yet. I want it to be in the middle. The 100 ohm, that is. And I think we're just going to go with black silicon. So we'll do the same thing we did earlier. We'll just freaking lop off a little bit here. That much. And we're not going to need a whole lot. I cut off way more than I needed, but I'm just going to take an arbitrary amount here. And that's going to be more than enough, I already know, but... And this needs to go this direction. Fudge! I knew this was not going to be freaking fun. So... I am going to put it into the top of that. I was thinking about wrapping it. That is bullshit. I'm not going to wrap it. It's just going to go into the top of that. And then what we're going to do from there is just sit this in the middle. But I will put some silicone on it. But I want to try to get this thing the right length first. I want to try to get this to land in the middle is what I'm working at here. But you know, as soon as I put it in there that the angle of the dangle is going to change where it sits in this thing. So I'm trying to figure out how little I can cut and still not cut off too much. Got the touch too much. Oh, she's got the touch too much. Alright, I think that's a good start right there. Now we can work out our bottom side here. Looks like I need to go at least to here. I'm gonna go just a little long because I'm famous for going too short. Okay, cool. So I can go a little bit shorter. It doesn't have to like poke into the hole like crazy amounts. It just has to sit in the hole. So if I get that thing to sit like right freaking there, I think I'd be pretty happy with that. Alright, so now we need to get the right length for that to happen. So let's go ahead and we're gonna cut it right freaking here. I want that. Let's see here. Might be too much still. I'm gonna give it just a little nick. Alright. Get on there! Okay, cool. There's that. Now what I'm going to do is bend that. Alright, that's just enough to hold it on and get in the hole. Poke it in the hole. Yes. Yes. See? Something like that. Okay? Okay. Okay. So do the same thing over here. Get some arbitrary length. This is trash now. And then let's see here. I guess what we'll do is we'll get this guy. We know that it's not going to be that long. We're going to cut it right there. I'm going to go just a little long of that. Okay, click. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, I think that'll do. I think that'll do. Let's see how bad that's going to be. Okay, I am going to cut that a little bit shorter. The silicone, that is. Basically back where I was initially going to cut it to begin with. And then we're going to try this uno mas. Yes. Okay, cool. So now we're going to bend it just a little bit north of that. A little fat of that, and we're gonna go boop like so. Probably gonna have to go a little bit deeper. That bend is gonna have to go down more. Down more. Because I want that to have this nice little stance like that. Like that! That makes sense? Okay. Iron coming hot. Oh my gosh, we're almost there, guys. Mojo Tone kits, pretty much, yeah. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to you guys so much. 14 of you, I'm kind of shocked. Okay, yeah, no, Tracy Guns basically does Mojo Tone kits. And again, I hate bashing too much on people, but I mean, I'll be honest in saying, like, it looks like a kit. And it looks like a third grader put it together. I'm not kidding though, that's the sad thing. I am not kidding, that is the sad thing. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and do this now before I forget. We're getting into the trouble zone, everybody. We are getting into the trouble zone. Why do I say that? I say that because we're getting to the point now where I think I pushed down on that is what it is. No, maybe not. I don't know. I didn't like how it was centered. Alright, we're up to temperature for the most part. I'm gonna do this. Okay. And then, let's see here. I want this to get down in there. Come on, baby. Might take a little while. There it goes. Boop. Perfect. Just like perfect. Boop. And then I want to poke. I want to get this a little on the bottom there. There it goes. Pull through. Boop. There it is. Back to nominal temperature. Alright, if I'm not mistaken, everybody, that was the last part, sans the effects loop. We're not going to put the effects loop in yet. We got to get this thing kind of actually running in tune first. We don't need it in the way at the moment. That's not going to be too high, is it? Fuck. I didn't think about that. We got to do a little checky fit. Hopefully I didn't blow it. I didn't think about how high those things were. It should be okay. It should land like right in the middle here. So, but we need to find out, because if it's going to be too tall, now is the time to find out and fix it. And part of me says I got nothing to worry about. The other part of me is like, dang it, Luke. Why didn't you think about that before? Ooh. Ow. Let me have it. Ooh, what do we got? Oh, dude, we got freaking all kinds of air. All kinds of everything like fits around it. You can't see it, but the cap that was like right here. So that resistor like is right here. And then you got the big resistor that's like right there, and then the cap's right here. So there's like this whole little area right around that whole thing where it's just open space. Now the beautiful thing is, you look at this amp in this direction right now and you think all the heat coming up. So you're like, oh, that's so bad, Luke. That's so dangerous. No, this amp is facing the other way. So all the heat's rising towards the aluminum there, which means most all the heat is going away from all those hard parts. So like even that thermistor that's down there, it's got, you know, about a ½ inch on either side of space. Thereabouts, a good ½ inch on either side of it. So it's just surrounded by nothing but air. Same with this resistor here, in which this one right there does get pretty warm, surrounded by air. That one is surrounded by air. Like there's space around those things. So I'm not that worried about it. Again, same with this one here. If it gets warm, the heat's just gonna go in that direction. It'd be nice to have a couple vent holes in here, but with that big old freaking plate that's on here, that's pretty basic. That's gonna more or less be the heat sink, is that shield. So we did good, ladies and gentlemen. We did good. 4 freaking D chests, mother truckers, and some happy accidents. All right, so that's how you play 4D chess. Okay. This is a prototype. It has never been built before. All right. Some of it was done to some degree in the digital realm to try to make sure that everything was going to fit. But there's still no guarantees. There's no guarantees. We still do have some wiring to do. We did not put much of the tone controls in. The only thing that we have currently right now is a bass control. I know that it'll work. That's all I know. At this point, I could plug it in and try to get brave, but I don't think we're quite there yet. We need to go through and trace the circuit. We need to do beepy beepies and all that fun stuff and just make sure we didn't forget anything. But Let's see here. I want to try to get it so you guys can see it a little bit better, but there's really not much to see at the moment. This is where all the action's at the moment. So we'll work out another view. Yeah, right. Drum roll, please. All right, let me turn off the music. Okay. I'm excited. I hope you guys are too. I'm sorry, we're not going to have noise today. Tomorrow. We got 4 hours into this today. Tomorrow is not going to be another 4-hour thing. If we're lucky, it'll take, 20, 30 minutes to kind of go through what we're doing. Another 20, 30 minutes to just kind of, like test everything. We'll turn the power on. We'll make sure that everything's going to work, etc., etc. Nothing blows up and goes sparky, sparky, boom, boom. With any luck, nothing will go sparky, sparky, boom, boom. It'll be a brave, just freaking clack of the switch. That kind of thing. Like literally, I'll just go click and it's just going to do what it's supposed to do. That's the hope, is that it just does what it's supposed to do. Hey, Heather Crabtree, how you doing there? All right. Miss Heather Crabtree. All right, so what we have is a 50-watt amp that is done and ready to be kind of tested. This is nice and stable. It's not going anywhere. I'm happy with that. It's zip tied in there. This is our bias circuit. That looks really nice. I'll try to get some close-up shots here in a bit, but maybe I'll post them. I can stream shots later. Tomorrow we'll actually do the startup procedure, but let's just kind of go through what it is that we're looking at and what we're going to do. So schematically, let's just kind of take another quick gander over here. There's a man in a workshop. So we're going to do display capture right now. This is not exactly the circuit. Do not follow this verbatim. I can tell you right now, this will make noise, but it may not be a glorious noise. There has been some differences in here. But the power supply, I know the power supply is good, okay? So you can see here, we got 200 UF, 200 UF, 47, 47, 22. All right. And we can check over here and see that we've got 200, 200, 47, 47, 22, right? How are they all connected? Well, it's kind of hard to see, but this red wire here is that red wire that's kind of buried down in there. Basically, it connects to this one. This is the dropper for the preamp side of things. This is the dropper for the screen. So this is the screen node. No. This red wire that comes off of here, those are where all the angry pixies come in from the power transformer. If I did everything right, tomorrow when I turn this thing on, it's set for 115 right now. The voltage is set correctly. When I plug this thing in and I go like this, it's just gonna turn on. Like I should just see the pilot light. I think I put the bulb in there. I can't remember, to be honest. I did not put the bulb in, so I need to put a bulb in there. We missed one thing. Oh no. Nice. Good. I'm glad Andy made you happy. That is a good thing. So we got the dropper. No. This is the other dropper for the remainder of the amp. This is the dropper for this half of the amp, and this is the dropper for the front end of the amp. Right? So we come in over here. This 10K goes into our first tube's grid, which is shared amongst all the different things. Goes out of the plate here, through our coupling cap, into our base control network, goes into our volume pot, which then goes into here. This is a grid stopper. It goes into the grid. We kind of talked about all this earlier. This is kind of the stuff that we'll brush over again tomorrow. And we'll go through, and we'll get to the end of the amp. The things that could go wrong. I'm still very curious about this switch and the transformer. I have never done parallel series transformers before. All the research I've done says that it should work. The amp, it will turn the switch on and it should be ran in parallel, which is to say that both of the 120 volts and both of the 0 volts will just be ran in parallel with each other. It shouldn't do anything wrong. It should just spit out voltage. The only thing that's a what if is that when there's no tubes in this amp, thank you. When there are no tubes in this amp, there is no current draw, which if there's no current draw, that means that that thermistor may not have enough draw through it to actually heat up and produce full voltage. What I think will end up happening is that we'll get a small voltage here first. Heather, or Huckleberry, I'm sorry. Oh, good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Right, so we'll get a small voltage that we'll see because it will carry whatever voltage it can through that thermistor. So we won't be able to actually test how much voltage we really have. There's a small possibility. Oh, happy birthday, Heather. I did not know it was your birthday. I missed most of Andy's stuff today. Today was kind of a busy day at work, so happy birthday. So I may need to short those those turrets that are down here. So you can't see it, but there's one here. It's just poking down at the angle of the camera. You can't see it, but you can see this one here. You see it right there. So we may need to jump those in order to kickstart this thing to do what it's supposed to do. My hope is that these things here are going to draw down so much that that thermistor is going to light up and it's going to do what it's supposed to do. That's the plan. That's the hope anyway. Initially, all we're looking to do is determine what our HT voltage is. So we only care really about what that voltage is there. Are we getting, it should be about 430 volts, right around 425 to, hey, Andy, there he is. It's done. It's all complete. It's put together. We got a couple little things left to do. I haven't wired in any of the tone controls yet. So we got it, just finished it like literally 5-10 minutes ago. I'm just kind of talking about what it is we're going to do tomorrow. I'm not going to fire it up tonight. So, right there should have about 430 volts. On our screen node, which we can measure here, we should get something a little bit less. When we first fire it up, there's going to be pretty much the same voltage all the way at the ass end of the amp over here. Thank you. So, yeah. Over here, it'll probably be, if we got 430 volts there, we'll probably end up like 425 or something over here. Like, there's not going to be a lot of draw on the amp initially, if we can get it to fire up with the thermistor. After we know that we have a negative voltage on our grids here, all right, we'll confirm that we got a negative voltage. We'll adjust it so it's full negative. Then we will put in the preamp tubes, right? We'll put in all the preamp tubes. That will allow us to see if we have a drop on each of the nodes. So what we should see then is that the HT will drop minutely. It'll drop a little bit. No, I haven't made a cab yet. We're still working on that one. But this should drop a little bit, and then we should notice a little bit more of a drop on the other side of this guy, a little more of a drop on the other side of this guy, etc., etc. And then when we get down to the ass end over here, instead of being 420 volts or whatever it might have been, it'll be down to like 400 volts or something like that, right? We know that we have some current flow through these tubes because we can see the voltage drop. Then, and only then, once we know that we have voltages everywhere we're supposed to have it, and it looks like it's doing what it's supposed to do, then we'll put the power tubes in. That's where the fun starts. That's where we'll get to use these guys here. So we'll take a measurement of the HT voltage, and we'll hopefully see what our bias range will be. I was doing some measurements earlier. I don't have a whole lot of range currently. I think it goes between like 7 and 5 ohms or something like, or 7K and 5K or something like that. We'll see. I'll do some more math, but we'll have bias voltage. It's just either going to be too much or too little. The thing that would suck is if we need a lower voltage, or I should say a higher negative voltage, we'll have to adjust this guy. And if we need less low or high end voltage, so we need it to not go as far up, right? So we want to try not to go towards 0, but if it gets too close to 0 volts, then we will have to change those 10Ks out. Right now, the pots that are in here are 10Ks, and that is pretty standard for most of these amps that use these things, but it's 10K each. They usually use 10K for both tubes. I'm using one for each tube, so I don't know how that's going to react. This is the resistor that we'll have to play with more than likely, but we'll see. I think we're going to need right around negative 36 volts, something like that. My range that I'm shooting for is something like between minus 20 and minus 40. That's what I'd like to get, is minus 20 to minus 40. Let's see here. Oh, not quite ready for thank you. Thank you. It is a superb amp. I think it looks great. But we don't know anything yet. It might burn up and literally go up in smoke tomorrow. Who knows? Based on everything I've done so far, I don't think we're going to have much to worry about. So we'll get the tubes in there, and then we'll get them biased if we can. Again, sans figuring out how much bias range we actually have. Luckily, we don't need the tubes in there to see what the bias range is. If it goes up to -20, we know that we've got plenty of heat to make them hot, to make the tubes run hotter. But if it doesn't get below -20, it's obviously we need to figure out how to drop the voltage more. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate that, man. I think it looks pretty good. We got some touch-up work to do. I still got to touch them in all these little things, and we'll make them all nice and shiny and have a nice little ball on there and everything. But I can't complain. I'm pretty smitten like a kitten with it. I also got to get like little things like this out of there. But this is the amount of trash that is produced when building one of these. I usually go through at least one of those. Good night, my man. You have a wonderful evening. Rest well, and we will see you tomorrow. Be tuned tomorrow about the same time that I started today, so about 4-ish. Right in there, 4:30. I'll probably get going tomorrow. And hopefully we'll get noise out of this thing before 5. Right in there, right? Let's see here. It will be next to the D7, right? So I think that's about it for today. I'm pretty beat, so Aroo! Sloth, thank you so much, man, for coming in. I appreciate it. All of you guys, thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it so very much. The only thing I'm going to do tonight is just try to get all the dingleberries and stuff out of here, all the little, jackets and stuff that I was, just little things like that. We'll try to get them out of there. I'm going to probably try to get these leads here so they don't, touch against themselves or anything else. It's only 12 volts, but we don't want that shorting out and having to rip that thing back out. Yeah, take care, guys. Sleep well and, have fun. Not too much fun, but have fun either way. And then I'll probably just do some more back-end work, just double checking, my work here to make sure that I didn't fork anything up. So that way tomorrow when we actually go to turn this thing on, we know that it'll actually turn on. I'm not going to turn it on tonight. I can tell you that right now, though. So, oh my gosh, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, I'm super duper stoked. I think I'm going to call it. I'm ready for another Dr. Pepper. It's been 4 hours, a little over 4 hours. So I'm going to catch some rest. I know Andy's going to catch some rest. I hope the rest of you are also going to catch some rest. Tomorrow's a big day because the giveaway amp will fire up or do something. It might go up in smoke, but we'll figure that out. So anyway, thank you all so much. We'll see you on the next one. Take care. Goodbye.